minimum employment scheme or something, rural employment scheme. So once it got through, I started to think about the whole issue of corruption, that how would this scheme overcome our general problem of corruption? Because it would happen the same way, the people will have two books and things of that nature. And then this idea came to me. And that time I was not aware of this universal basic income ideas, etc. I'm talking 2004. So I wrote a paper in EPW, which was not a research paper, but opinion piece, which was entitled Minimum Income Guarantee or something. And there I proposed this basically universal basic income as the measure which could, poverty elevation measure, which could overcome the, the corruption problem. And so it is available on EPW in 2004. Anybody interested? At the participants I have sent it to, but anybody interested can take a look at it. So I'm just trying to develop from there poverty elevation measure, which could overcome the, the corruption problem. And so it is available on EPW in 2004. Anybody interested? At the participants I have sent it to, but anybody interested can take a look at it. So I'm just trying to develop from. आप YouTube पर भेज रहे हो, इसको बताना चाहिए ना पहले. All right. So anyway, now, okay. So basically, what I'm thinking about is that if we look at economic theories and we look at the question of unemployment and how economic theories deal with unemployment, and I'll come to the question of why I'm thinking about those things in a minute. But if you look at classical, well, let me put it this way first. What I'm thinking about is that given robotization and artificial intelligence, pervasive entry into the production sphere, there is a scenario we are looking at where most of the employment will be gone. And so what we are confronting is a situation where you have an economy which runs without human labor. Okay, so that's the extreme case, but economy which runs with very little human labor is almost as bad. So the question is that how do you deal with that situation? Now, when you look at economic theories, then you start with, let's say, classical economics. So classical economics basically has a labor theory of value which works on the idea that if you take any production and you take it back and back and back and back in the production cycle, you will end up with labor and nature alone. All the middle means of production can be eliminated. And so in that scenario, you can't even think about labor-less economy, because labor-less economy means that economy disappears. Okay, so Marx has thought about it in his early work, like Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, where he does think that, you know, that stage would mean everything will become free, that the productivity level will be so high that everything will become free. But that is not the case, as a matter of fact. It can be that you have a labor less economy and you will have positive profit, finite positive profit, and positive prices. So that is a theoretical point which I'll discuss a little bit more. So classical economics as such is unable to deal with this situation completely. Then you have neoclassical economics, which is the orthodox dominant economic theory, which basically works on, it's a static theory. So it works on a demand for labor curve, supply of labor curve, equilibrium wages, etc., etc. Now, is demand curve for labor or capital or all these, they are dependent upon this crucial idea of substitution possibility between labor and capital. If you don't have substitution possibility, you will not have a demand for labor curve to begin with. So the whole marginal productivity of factors of production is based on the possibility of changing whatever your technique is, the ratio of factors of production can change. Now, so there again, if you remove labor, then you don't have a demand curve. So in that case, again, theory is unable to deal with the situation. Now, if you look at Keynesian economics, Keynesian economics is mainly concerned about unemployment situation. And the whole theory is built upon from unemployment situation, how do you get to full employment situation. So again, the theory is mainly concerned about labor employment. It is simply not designed to deal with a situation where you will have unemployment as permanent situation. So all the major theories are not able to deal with this scenario which I am presenting. Is not going to happen tomorrow, but maybe 50 years from now. So if something is not able to deal with what you see logically could happen, then that means that the theory has some problem because it's not able to deal with the limiting situation. So there's some fundamental problem with the theory. So that would be my first criticism of all the existing theory. And that's where the work I do, which is in Sraffian theory, is the only theory I find which can deal with it theoretically. That it can deal with a situation where you will have surplus production, you will have finite profit and prices, and labor may not be part of it. So, but I don't want to go into that because this is not an economics conference to deal with those theoretical issues in detail. But that's the scenario, that basically theory is very, very important to understanding the problems which you are facing or would be facing. What kind of theory you should use. Now, the thing is that if you go back to the old theories of any of them, what right now you're going to experience for some years, and people are already experiencing this, is a persistent high unemployment of unskilled labor. So that has already begun, and people are finding it very, very hard to deal with, or how to policies to deal with this situation. And so what you will see most of the time, because economists are trained in their old theory, that neoclassical economists will see it as a structural problem. So economies are moving from, let's say, one kind of production system to another, or different kinds of commodities. So they'll say, look, your problem is not serious unemployment in that way, but the people were trained to do one kind of work and not trained to do the kind of work for which employment is being created. So the policy prescriptions would be spend money on retraining of workers and this and that, etc., as if the amount of workers getting unemployed here, the same amount or more is created somewhere there, which will not be true. Then you will have Keynesians who would say that it's unemployment is due to lack of effective demand, And so government should have expansionary fiscal policy or monetary policy, which most of the time will create stagflation situations, which some countries are now already facing. And or there would be policy prescriptions of the nature that, well, uh, government should do this full employment guarantee. So now full employment guarantee, basically, if those employments are not productive in the sense they're not creating something meaningful, then it's a much more expensive way of giving somebody money in their pocket for a livelihood than just putting the money in the bank account. Because to create employment would require some capital to go with it, etc., etc. So it's an expensive way to give somebody a livelihood. Uh, so these are various kinds of policies could come. Practically minded economists may suggest bigger thy neighbor policy, that what we should do is to attract capital from all over the world. So let's get capital from China or here or there. So at least we will have employment here. If they don't get employment, who cares about that? And that sort of a policy always suggests that you provide capital, or the international capitalists, favorable terms. So what it will do that for, and it will happen, all countries will try to do that. And what it will do is to weaken the sovereign nation vis-a-vis the international capital. They will be able to, dictate terms. And so these politics will go on for some time. But the basic problem, if what I'm saying is AI and robotization is creating a technological unemployment, then you will not be able to solve it at a global level. Some country may win through this or that for some time, and those things would happen. Uh, so that's the scenario I'm just presenting. And within that scenario, what should be a proper way of building our society, which is robust enough to deal with it, is a question I'm posing to others. I don't have an answer, but I'll suggest a few things uh, as I go on. Uh, so you see, uh, basic income is basically, now the scenario, let's suppose you go to the extreme. You have machines and people own, very few people own those machines, and AIs and robots, they produce everything. So rest of the population, which is 99%, is just unemployed. So they have no livelihood. So what would happen? This is a situation which is not, not acceptable, not even imaginable. No system can survive that way. So there will be revolution, there will be chaos, there will be all kinds of things. So this, if you have to survive, you have to create some institutions which ultimately takes care of most of the people and their life. So now the basic income is simply this idea that everybody has a right to life, and there has to be an understandable minimum limit, which is, like you say, these are the things which every human beings, by the virtue of being born, uh, has a right to. So in that case, you can, given your technological base, etc., and of course with AI, etc., your productivity will be much higher. You can say, well, everybody deserves a decent house, everybody deserves, 3 meals a day, everybody deserves this, that, etc. And you can work out what would be its monetary equivalence. And you say that has to be given to everybody, irrespective of who they are, the rich, poor, anything. That's everybody's right. Now, if you say, let's suppose that you say, okay, 10% of the total national income produced, if that is distributed equally, that minimum would be guaranteed for everybody. What you are doing theoretically is that you are saying, if you're saying that I take 10%, and who will take 10%? Government will take 10% as taxes from the income. That basically says that 10%, even without like taking over, like, nationalizing or anything, 10% of the, in abstract, of the total capital in the country is being socialized. That means that whatever surplus it generates, 10% goes to everybody equal. Okay. Now, whether it will be 10%, 15%, 20%, that can grow over the period of time. So that's one way of, you know, guaranteeing and also socializing to some extent. But the problem with the old way of socializing is this, that if government nationalizes, and you said, no, no, now let's nationalize things. If you nationalize, we have seen, we have examples of it, Soviet Union and other places, it has never worked very well. So it's a given is failed in India as well. So given our experience, we know that this thing, when government takes over the economic means of production, it somehow does not work. And so instead of, and the one big problem with it is that the good thing about capitalism is that it is a very dynamic system. So its competitive mechanism has an inbuilt technical change and innovation inbuilt in it. And that has, created prosperity to a large extent after the Industrial Revolution. So you don't want to lose that. So instead of uh, going and nationalizing, saying the state can run it better than anybody else, I think that's a model not we should not be following. We should let them do whatever, compete and innovate and things like that. But we should say that, well, uh, people have a right to certain amount of income that is generated from the system. And that is what a government's job is. So now it becomes a question of how do you develop a polity? Because what is happening is, if you have few people, 1% of the people who have all the capital and income in their hand, and 99% of the people have nothing. The scenario is very poor for most of the people, simply because right now, if labor is an essential aspect of production, then labor can strike. And then, that will hurt the capital. So they have some power. But if labor is not part of the capital, labor can't strike or can keep striking no matter what you do, that is not affecting them. So you become powerless completely when it comes to the system of production. So what you have to now think is that your power has to come through politics. So politics has to be democratized completely. And how that state has to now negotiate with people who have complete economic power on behalf of the people. So there you have the politics and economics dialogue has to be there. Now, the current kind of world democracy, I'm not talking India, US, everywhere, the way it is organized, that whoever has money definitely has a lot of advantages and can control politics much more than the people who don't have it. So then you have to also think in terms of how do we organize our democracy uh, that is more democratic and gives people power to be able to make a tax policy and ensure that policies are implemented and things of that nature happens. So that is for the political scientists to think how to organize in a new scenario, how to organize our democracy, which is more representative and it is cannot be bought over or controlled by big money. Because if you allow that, big money will definitely want, why would they want to give 10%, 20% of their income on their own. They might say, okay, I give you just the minimum bottom line just to survive. So if you want to have a decent life, you have to have a negotiating power with them. And that has to come through politics only, because you no longer are needed in the economy. So that's one. Can you give me just how many more? Okay, thank you. Uh, so so that's one aspect I'm asking people to begin thinking. The other aspect is, this would be another argument as the, unemployment problem persists over a period of time. The argument would be that, you can solve it by producing more and more and more. So you grow faster. And grow faster will always have adverse environmental effect. So another issue which we need to think about is is that we should not have this idea that infinitely we should keep growing, and that should be the goal. It shouldn't be the goal. The goal should be that we have a sense of a good life, which is have to, because a good life is not just buying hundreds of Ferraris, but a good life is to have a leisure time, have a good time with your friends and families and things of that nature, consumption of decent quality, etc. So every society has those notions, and as you move around over time, those ideas will change. But then it is not driven by growth and more, but driven by the idea of a good quality of life. And as long as the basic income satisfies that, people are happy with that. And so that will also lead to an economy which is not driven by just growth. And that is very, very important going forward. Uh, and I wanted to talk about one more point. Let me see if I'm forgetting. Yeah. So the other thing which one has to be careful about with this AI, etc., is that it will increase productivity, that's for sure. But then it increases concentration of political power also. Like the big data and AI will make any state extremely powerful vis-a-vis individual citizens. So how to, again, that goes back to organizing your politics in a way. So you have to develop many, many institutions with checks and balances, dividing the whole power structure in such a way that all those informations are there, but nobody has a centralized power to use them. And so these are the direction in which we must start to think and start building. Otherwise, all of a sudden, when hits you, you will not have time to do so. And the one reason I'm saying that is, in economics or in politics or anywhere, at the societal level, if you make a big change, it's not a good way to go about it. It shocks the system. So even for basic income, etc., I'm not proposing that basic income should be very high to start with, because if you put a very high basic income, the labor market shock will be so much that the whole economy will be shocked. So it should be very gradual, from slowly move up. And so it does not shock the system into a crisis. And that's why if I'm talking about 40 years, I'm saying start building for that 40 years from now in all these directions, then maybe by the time this becomes a serious problem, you already have solutions in place. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sinha. I now call upon Professor Sanjay Reddy to make his presentation.
So thank you very much. Good morning. Is there a pointer? No pointer. On slide 9, I have a YouTube video I need to. So good morning, namaste. I'm very pleased to be here because of many reasons. I've been looking forward to this conference for quite some time. When Professor Sinha, Ajit mentioned it to me first. This is my first visit to Patna and my first visit to Bihar. And of course, both have loomed large in my consciousness for a very long time. I read Arvind Das's book, Republic of Bihar, I think 20 years ago, 25 years ago, probably. And needless to say, in thinking about India's development, Bihar figures very centrally, and that will come up a little bit in my presentation today, which is called Elusive Inclusive Development. Of course, I've also for many years heard about Professor Omkar Nath and count many friends and colleagues in the group who's been assembled here today by Professor Sinha, very distinguished group of scholars. The theme of inclusive growth and development, let me just call it inclusive development, because I think inclusive growth is covered by inclusive development, is one that will be familiar to all of you. And you might be wondering, why is it that I'm speaking about such a thing, given that it seems practically journalistic, one of those forms of rhetoric that governments adopt periodically to refer to what it is that they're trying to do or to achieve. But I think there's something more in it than that. There is an analytical core or set of concepts that we could at least try to excavate in some manner. And if we were to do that, I would suggest we might be able to discover something about our own thinking about development and how it might be made more precise or more better or be made better directed. Now, this concept, I would suggest, is a typical example of a complex concept, by which I mean that it contains within it many different ideas that are, we might say, braided together, intertwined in some manner. I've listed on this slide, and I don't know if you can see it, probably not, because the lettering is quite small from wherever it is you may be sitting, some of the different elements of the, or examples of the history of invocations of inclusive growth and development. But we might as well start with Adam Smith, who in his Wealth of Nations, of course, defined the wealth of nations as relating to the enjoyments, necessities, and conveniences of the people, which was very much, of course, a contrast to the mercantilist view that the wealth of nations consisted in the accumulation of specie or some other form of opulence, which is a word that Amartya Sen also invokes in direct reference, of course, to Adam Smith, by way of contrast to a conception of societal well-being or wealth that is connected more directly to the lives of people, or to use a phrase that he has used in his recent work, how their lives go. Again, I'm quite sure you can't see this. I realized that it was something of a fool's errand to prepare slides. Oh, you do have one. Okay, very good. Thank you. So, let me just touch briefly on some of the examples. The Bombay Plan, prior to independence, made references to standards of living of the masses of the population and minimum living standards to be achieved. Of course, in the 1970s, famously, the World Bank adopted the concept of growth with redistribution, which brought in the idea that there must be a distributional goal as well as a growth target. And through the 1960s, the World Bank and many global development institutions had been basically focused on growth, with the idea that That was the primary imperative of the developing countries. And growth with redistribution was associated, of course, with Montek Singh Ahluwalia as well as with Hollis Chenery. It was a direct response to the idea that, well, not just the idea, the finding that growth was taking place in a manner that was disequalizing, generating greater inequalities, with Brazil being a famous or infamous case of that kind in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The human development concept, of course, involves some idea of this nature. I should have mentioned that when Robert S. McNamara, the World Bank president, came in the 1970s, he also for the first time adopted poverty as a target, poverty reduction. Human development went beyond that to concern itself with non-monetary concerns of various kinds, how people's lives go in different dimensions, as you all know. The Chinese Communist Party in first decade of this century adopted the idea of a harmonious society, or at the end of the first decade, which was a direct response to concerns about unequal distribution within China. And as I will show you, China achieved, well, although China achieved enormous poverty reduction, really drove global poverty reduction in the period from the early 1980s to 2010 or so, it also experienced an extraordinary rise in inequality. And then, of course, concepts of inclusive growth and of inclusive growth and development explicitly referred to by the government of India, by the World Bank, and by other governments as well. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is clearly such an idea, interestingly also bringing in the concept of involvement or participation of the people in the process of development, presumably perhaps in defining its goals, but also in bringing it about. Whether or not that is exactly achieved in India today is a different question, but at the level of rhetoric and concept, clearly that is there. So there are many, many examples, but each of these touch on different faces or dimensions of the concept, underlining, I think, its complexity. And let me go a little bit more into that. There is a bit of a technical literature that's emerged in recent years on how to define or understand what the term means. And I would say that it has not led to very much clarification, because there are a great number of different ideas that are discussed under the umbrella of inclusive growth and development, some of which relate to improving the absolute circumstances of people. And some of those versions of the concept in turn focus on the poor or the poorest, whereas others are concerned with whether or not the gains that are experienced in society are experienced by all, but focus on whether there are absolute gains and not on the relative proportionality of those gains. A different set of conceptions, which is more relative, I won't call them relativist because that means something else, but a different set of conceptions focuses not only on whether there are gains for all, but what is the proportionality of those gains experienced by different people. Are there, for example, equal proportional gains for all, at least equal? Perhaps, are there larger proportional gains for people who are less well off? Should we consider that to be a more inclusive form of development? Or are there larger, even absolute gains for people who are less well off, which is still more demanding because people who are less well off start with a lower absolute base level of income or whatever it is that is the achievement with which we are concerned. We can, as I mentioned, go beyond these kinds of concerns to address a broader range of dimensions of well-being and alleviation of deprivation, as captured, I think, in the Senian phrase, how lives go. And we can focus on the less well-off, the poor, or perhaps the least well-off, the most disadvantaged. We could focus more expansively on the majority, or even what my colleague, Anwar Sheikh, has referred to, I think, quite helpfully and interestingly as the vast majority, by which he means the bottom 99% of the population, but it could be any threshold that one chooses. And then further, or perhaps finally, we could focus also on a role of the people who are affected, or maybe people at large, in defining what development is and in making relevant choices. And as you all know, concepts of participatory development, democratic development, and so on have also been with us for many, many decades. Okay. I'd like to make one theoretical suggestion before moving into some empirical ideas, which is that, or findings, which is that the dominant tradition in economics has thought, at least mainstream economics, has thought of growth and distribution as being possible to separate conceptually. And so we have a whole field in economics which is called growth theory, which looks at the aggregate of income and how the aggregate of income in a country, or the per capita income in a country, is shifted over time, might be shifted over time, and what are the factors which are found or might be thought to lead to such changes over time, right? And then there is another field which is concerned with distribution, inequality studies, for example, which by and large is a stepchild in mainstream economics, hardly given any attention until the last decade or so, with the rise of interest in inequality. To the extent that distributional goals are of concern, in mainstream economics, the view has been that one should maximize the size of the cake, and then through ex post tax and transfer measures or redistributive measures of some kind, implement the desired distribution. This is the core idea in very many policy areas in economics, or areas of economics that are applied to policy, such as international trade theory, for instance, where essentially all of the models, almost all of the models, I think one can say, that have been influential adopt this approach, eliminate the distortions which arise from barriers to international trade, maximize the size of the cake, and then, and this is hardly attended to, it's just an afterthought and a wave of the hand, bring about the desired distribution through some type of ex post measure, which is it's presumed that a benevolent government not only can but will do. But of course, this is a la-la land view from the standpoint that, in fact, such tax and transfer measures are difficult to implement for a whole range of reasons. There are informational reasons, there are administrative reasons, there are political economy reasons that they're difficult to implement. And this is perhaps one reason that we do not observe such distributional, redistributive instruments or levers being applied as much as we might think that they ought to be. It seems rather implausible that we live in the first best world where these measures have already been implemented. So this is not a very good way of thinking about how to achieve our distributional goals, I would suggest. And in the non-mainstream tradition, of course, there has been a heavy emphasis on the way in which distribution in turn influences or contributes to growth, for example, through the different savings behaviors of different classes of the population. But I would not want to stop with the focus on those kinds of macroeconomic interactions. I think that insofar as what we ultimately observe is a vector of advantages, incomes, for instance, and not an aggregate. The aggregate is derivative of the vector, not the other way around, right? An ordered list of incomes, for instance, for the people in society. It is that which is the outcome which should be focused upon. And we should think about the data generating process, so to speak, that we're observing in an economy or in society as being the one that gives rise to that vector of incomes or advantages more generally. And therefore, there's only one process which really ought to be of interest to us, the process that gives rise to that, not two. Okay. Now, let me move to a more empirical terrain very, very quickly, because I think I really don't have too much time. This is a picture of the changing global consumption distribution. I could just as well have done something along these lines for income, for India, China, and the rest of the world between 1990 and 2010. And I don't think this pointer will do much good if you're watching it there. So let me just mention that China is the green dashed line and solid area. India is the red dashed line and solid area, and the rest of the world is the blue dashed line and solid area. And China's distribution has moved much more, and this is captured on this slide by showing that the median change in the Chinese distribution in this 20-year period was 281%. In India, only 36%. In the rest of the world, 12%. And so obviously, whatever poverty line you choose practically, and you can see this also very clearly graphically, wherever you might put the poverty line, a vertical bar here, the number of poor in China would fall. So I'm not terribly concerned here with how exactly we should measure poverty, because practically, well, however we do it, we do find sizable decrease in global poverty as a result of decrease in Chinese poverty. But turns out the picture is a little bit more complicated from the inequality point of view. This is a chart which shows the change in the in an interpersonal inequality measure, the income Gini coefficient, between 1980 and 2013 for a number of countries. And China is the large blue boundaried circle toward the top left of the chart, and India is the red solid circle, just a little bit further to the bottom right of China, on the 45-degree line, or almost on the 45-degree line, the red line. Now, what this tells you then is that inequalities in China, measured interpersonal inequalities of income, rose very sharply. In fact, I would suggest this is probably the steepest rise in inequality seen in any period of time in any major country in world history, in a short period of time, in a period of a decade or two. Whereas India's measured inequality has barely moved. Now, whether or not that's actually accurate is a very important question. There are lots of reasons to think that the survey data which underlie these kinds of calculations is, of course, deeply flawed, especially in terms of capturing the top end of incomes, as has been argued most recently by Professor Piketty and his colleagues, although, of course, it's a much more deep-seated and long-standing observation by specialists in the area. So should we consider China to be a case of inclusive growth and development or not? We have two pieces of information, one of which goes in the direction of perhaps suggesting that it's been a very inclusive process of development in China, and another piece which suggests not at all. In fact, starkly not the case. Okay. Now let me show you for India what are called growth incidence curves, which show us the percentage gains described here in terms of percentage annual growth of consumption for different deciles of the population, or different percentiles of the population. And what you will see for different time periods between 1983 and 2011 is that the Indian curve looks relatively flat, right? Whatever time period you choose. There's a slight slope, but it's relatively flat. And this is exactly why you don't see the big increases in measured interpersonal inequality, but there is something of a phenomenon of the rich getting richer and the poor not getting poorer, but not gaining as much, or gaining little, if anything, especially at the far right and the far left, right? And there's an increase in the growth rate, slight increase from a cumulative annual percentage increase of roughly around 2% for the 1983 to 2011 period to around 3%, a little bit more than 3% for 2004 to 2011 period, if we focus in on that. This is, by the way, from a paper by one of my new school students, or a student who recently graduated, Rishabh Kumar, who is from Patna, along with Ajit Sinha and Sanjay Lal. I don't know what other great economists there are from Patna, but maybe you can make a list. Rishabh Kumar is one of them you should put on the list. Maybe he'll join that list. S. Balasubramanian and Prakash Langani of the IMF. Okay. Now, in the Indian scenario, you also have some good news, it would seem, in the form of non-income deprivations falling rapidly. This is from a UNDP India report on multidimensional poverty from 2018, which shows the change between 2005 and 2015, or 5-6 and 15-16, in various dimensions of deprivations, such as years of schooling, school attendance, child mortality, nutrition, electricity, sanitation, etc. And you can see water, housing, cooking fuel, assets, that there was a decrease in deprivations. And this is undoubtedly not just due to increases in private incomes, but also due to government programs of provisioning of various kinds. But now we have another piece of information which makes India look a little bit more of a complex story in terms of inclusivity, just as China does, than focusing on deprivations alone might do. Here's a picture from the Forbes website of Indian billionaires in the world's top 100. Nowadays, they apparently update this dynamically depending on the stock value of the companies and so on. So the latest figures show 4 Indian billionaires in the top 100. And some people might say, well, this is a point of pride for India. Wish there were even more. That might be one view as to what is the social goal to be achieved. And another view might be, if one were an egalitarian, that 0 would be the appropriate number of Indian billionaires, that's the number which should be sought for. So I leave that question open for the moment. Presumably, insofar as one is interested in inclusivity, one would go more in the latter direction, at least in terms of one's ultimate evaluative concerns. So along the way. So I'm going to move to talking a bit more about Bihar momentarily. I think I have, 7 or 8 minutes, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. So India, I'm going to compare now various countries and regions of the world: India, Brazil, China, the European Union, and the United States, in terms of the ratio of the real per capita income of the highest to the lowest states or provinces. It surprised me when I first did this exercise to learn that India has the starkest such interregional inequalities of any of the countries that I looked at, including Brazil, which has globally had a reputation as being one of the most unequal countries in the world for decades. I haven't looked at South Africa, but I probably should, because it's another country that has such a reputation. And I would not be surprised if South Africa's inequalities are also much lower than India's. India's are almost 10, 9.89. As you can see, Brazil 6.4, China 4.5, European Union 4.7, United States 2.0. The richest state in the United States being, I believe, Massachusetts, and the poorest being Mississippi. I'm not counting US overseas territories, such as American Samoa or whatever. So this is really a dramatic difference. And let me just mention, since I don't have a slide on this, Ajit asked me about this yesterday. Bihar's per capita income is, as you all know, roughly $550 in US dollars at market exchange rate terms. If you want to do a PPP adjustment, you can multiply that by something. But I'll use market exchange rates for the moment. Goa's, which is the richest state, is about $5,500. So it's a massive difference within one country, and not far behind Goa are certain others, such as Sikkim and Delhi. By the way, capital cities in many countries are showered with resources, and therefore, Delhi is an example of that. Now, this is not a completely static situation, first of all, in absolute terms, but also to some degree in relative terms. I happened to give a version of this talk in Pune a few days ago. So I did a calculation of the ratio of per capita income of Maharashtra to Bihar between 1960 and 2021, how it changed. In 1960, Bihar was the poorest state in India, and it remains the poorest state in India in per capita terms. Maharashtra has moved up slightly in the rank ordering, but in terms of the ratio, Maharashtra has gone from being having around 2 times the per capita income to having almost 4.5 times the per capita income of Bihar because of differences in the cumulative growth rate. Now, I have a very nice, what can one say, visualization, but maybe, here we go. So let's run this. Could we run it without the music? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is available on YouTube of the Indian states over time, and Goa's is the bar that's tallest on the left-hand side. It doesn't increase in height because everything is normalized to Goa's level, okay, even though its income is actually growing, as reflected by the numbers there. but you'll see occasionally some change in the position of the bars, right? And that reflects one state overtaking another. It hardly ever happens, interestingly. Right? So this is not a case of what economists call convergence. There's no convergence happening, right? And why not is an interesting case. I'm just going to move on, even though this is interesting to watch until the very end. There's some fascinating developments. For me, it's fascinating that when Andhra Pradesh and Telangana are separated, Telangana moves into 5th position. Andhra Pradesh slides down. Contrary to the view that Telangana was a backward region, Andhra Pradesh an advanced region. So there are a lot of things one can learn from these pictures. Okay, so if we could move to the next slide. I'm going to have to rush through these because I don't have much time, but there are important urban-rural differences. The urban population is generally richer, right? For example, here you can see from the dashed vertical lines on the right, the 90th percentile of the rural population is really just above the 50th percentile of the urban population, okay, in India. And if you compare the urban population in the richest states to the rural population in the poorest states, there are really, really stark differences, as can be seen in this picture. I'm not going to focus on this more. And I'll maybe circulate these slides if I can later on to you so you can look at them with more leisure. This is a passage from the paper that I drew these from. Naturally, there are powerful incentives to migrate from Delhi, from Bihar to Delhi, for example, as this paragraph suggests. Even if you move from the middle of, or even the upper middle of the Bihari distribution to the bottom of the Delhi distribution, you're going to be better off in absolute terms. Okay, as I said to you, there is not convergence, contrary to the standard view. Some of you, not to get too technical, but will be familiar with a solo type model of the kind that appears on the left. And in that case, you have higher marginal product of capital at lower levels of capital. So you'd expect capital to flow to where there are lower levels of capital per person. That doesn't happen, right? Capital isn't flowing to poor countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and it's not probably flowing to Bihar. There have been studies done for sub-Saharan Africa that suggest that there's actually capital flight in net. Capital moves from sub-Saharan Africa to Europe and the rest of the world, not the other way around. It would be interesting to do a similar study about Bihar and Maharashtra, or Bihar and the rest of India. Now, I won't go into it at great length, but you can do some simple modifications of the solo model, which Jeffrey Sachs did here. I'm drawing on a paper of his on sub-Saharan Africa's poverty trap, but I think it would apply just as well to some poor Indian states, that if you have low marginal product of capital at low levels of capital, then you would have an S-shaped production function, so to speak, and that would lead to a different set of dynamics, a poverty trap. But there's a broader way of thinking about this. There are liquidity constraints, credit constraints, wealth and health constraints, which come from being poor. There's a long tradition of thinking of this in development economics from Adam Smith through Harvey Leibenstein, Paul Rosenstein Rodin, Amartya Sen, Partha Dasgupta, Jeff Sachs, etc. But I would argue that as important as that is, we should pursue a more demanding relative rather than absolute conception of inequality. And I'm going to finish with the next slide, very near the end. I think that the absolute conception is far too easy to attain, that there is a likelihood of lock-in of starkly unequal political economy if we focus only on the absolute conception and neglect the relative one. When the billionaires write the rules and own the government, that leads to different set of consequences, even if absolute poverty, quote unquote, is eliminated. Right? So there are those who would say relative inequalities are of no concern. We should only focus on absolute deprivations and poverty. I am not of that school for both normative and empirical and causal reasons, and we can talk about that later. And of course, we should go beyond monetary concerns to accommodate how lives go and processes of development in general. But in thinking about these two, we really need to build in or bring in the relative dimensions of social relations, what it means to relate to one another and how it is we can relate to one another in a society that is starkly unequal. What does it mean for theory and policy? We need to place public investments and public policies to a test. of asking what are the harms and benefits from every action when understood in terms of inclusive development. If you go back to the 1970s literature on cost-benefit analysis, there was a strand of that which began with the UNIDO guidelines, of course, that Amartya Sen and Partha Dasgupta were associated with, and Steve Margolin, my teacher, both of them, not Partha, though. There was a strand which focused on distributional weights, asking the question, what would be the impact of a project on different groups of people in the income distribution? I would say that that's an elementary or basic form of this broader kind of evaluation. We need to develop and demand the corresponding project and policy assessment frameworks that can bring in this concern, and of course also focus on participatory development. I'll give a very small example, and I haven't spoken about basic income yet, but a very small example is that of roads. There's a big focus now on big infrastructure projects. There's a lot of displacement taking place, destruction of livelihoods, of shops and so forth. Are we doing the right kinds of evaluation in making the choice to focus on those highway projects and not on networks of small roads that connect places that are not connected? This is just one example, and it's a question, not an answer that I'm offering. I would say it is the way of thinking that matters. Now, this is truly my last slide, a small provocation. I do not think that Professor Sinha's proposal of basic income is quite the right one, at least not in the short and intermediate term. Of course, he's focused, as he properly should be, as a theorist on the long term even, right? But is that what matters for India's development? I think that what we see in India and in many other countries is that people are not equipped to participate in the market and to take advantage of the opportunities that are available to them. They're not equipped in terms of skills. They're not equipped, whether hard or soft. They're not equipped in terms of the infrastructure that can connect them to those opportunities. They're not equipped in terms of basic understandings. And of course, they're also not equipped in terms of health and wealth to take advantage and to gain those benefits. So for example, you cannot benefit from a very high rate of return on capital if you have no capital. And many people don't have capital. In fact, very few people have financial wealth in most countries in the world, even in advanced countries. Okay. So I would rather put forward a vision of what I would call a democratized market economy. I borrow this phrase from Roberto Unger. A democratized market economy is one which enables all to participate on fruitful and remunerative terms, so as not to have to rely on handouts of any kind. I think there are many particular weaknesses of the basic income proposal, but central to the weaknesses of them is the what can one say, the wishful political economy underlying basic income. The notion that somehow or the other, there will be agreement to provide a basic income despite the lack of bargaining power of workers. And I think that it's far better to anchor our distributional goals in the production process than to engage in such wishfulness. But that's perhaps a deliberate provocation. We can talk more about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Reddy. We've had very stimulating presentations coming, as they do, from two of the well-known economists. We have now about 20 minutes for discussion. So we welcome questions, queries, observations on both the presentations. Over to the audience.
Thank you so much for two really interesting presentations connected at the end. My questions are for Professor.
Would you mind identifying yourself?
Oh, sorry. I'm Shahana Chattaraj, and I'm the research director at WRI India. My questions are for Professor Sinha, and my first question is, I know the focus is on production, but where is the consumption coming from in this model of like where we have no jobs? Because basically workers are needed not just to produce, but to consume, and robots and AI are not going to be healthcare or watch entertainment. And is the idea that that's going to be driven by a very, very tiny elite, and then the rest of it through universal basic income, which sort of means the state. And the second question I have, well, I also find just that there's some political economy issues around it, but mine was sort of the opposite from what Professor said, in that I would think this is actually something that would be quite viable in the concentration about, because the easiest way to deliver it probably would be through a centralized state. And then you no longer have all this kind of a multidisciplinary solution. And then the other question is work is not just about income. It's such a fundamental aspect of people's social lives, organization, sense of self-respect and things that maybe it shouldn't be. But how do you see that changing when there is a situation where most of the vast majority is dependent on what people depend on this kind of.
Thanks for your question. Oh, okay, maybe we take more.
Yeah. Let there be more questions. Yeah.
Okay. Can I? Hello. Oh. Sir, go ahead and ask.
Are comments permitted? Ajit, comments? Comment? All right. So this is addressed to you, Ajit, first, is neoclassical economics. There is a work-leisure trade-off, basic micro. So one just has to rewrite a model focusing more on the leisure part and less on the work part, which is very uncharacteristic way of doing neoclassical economics. And you could very well have a micro-grounded model of neoclassical economics with the trade-off. Also, there are fixed coefficients. So the substitution possibilities need not exist there. With regard to the constructive part of what you eventually plan to be driven by Shrafa, I was wondering how that would come about, because essentially it seems to me you have an allocation problem. What we would have called a planning problem yesterday, now we would call it a mechanism design problem. All right, along with not mechanism design and planning of the allocation of commodities, but incomes, money incomes. So you would have, I was just thinking of you have capitalists, you would need to have a planning authority that allocates goods, I'm sorry, not goods, incomes, money incomes. How would that go in with your Shrafian, eventually planning a Shrafian framework? And just one observation to Sanjay Reddy, based on your last two slides, the constructive last one, there's something called participatory democracy, which is associated with the French school of thought. I'm wondering whether there was some connection that you might make with what has been called participatory democracy, a la France. Thanks.
Yes, please.
Sir, up to that level of concentration of wealth and profit due to artificial intelligence and automation, there will be a question of demand. Will the economic system survive without having such level of demand?
Hello, I'm Ashmita from ADRI. I have a related question which either of the speakers could address. So first, it is of course related to Professor Sinha's talk, where you're talking about artificial intelligence displacing labor. But whatever the way this literature is so far progressed, is there a possible, I think it is we are putting too much importance to machines by assuming that they would completely replace humans, because humans, so from the empirical literature empirical work that has been done in this area, it is very, and the initial results that we have got, that the nature of work, which is non-routine and cognitive, will always remain, no matter whatever, like the maximum level of sophistication that you reach in robotics. So if the work is non-routine and cognitive, that has you always need humans either to supervise it or to do it themselves. A machine cannot completely be a human being. So in that respect, when we see AI, it is just like any other technical change that happened, which leads to a huge amount of production. And then how do we, so then our response to that shouldn't it be what I think related to what Professor Reddy said, that like we don't go for universal basic income in this entire unequal world, because and there's also another strand of empirical literature which shows that if you are below a threshold level of poverty, no matter how much resources you are given, you are stuck in a poverty trap. So we should think of enabling people to get out of poverty trap, and instead of thinking of basic income, should we then focus on education, which would train people to take up these non-routine cognitive jobs. So there is a need to focus on the way education systems are structured and designed, rather than on providing like income handouts. So that is a question which I think relates to both of your talks. And there's a second question related to Professor Reddy's talk, which is you were showing, it was extremely interesting animation that we saw, that over the years, I wish we could see till late, the positions of the states haven't changed within India, although the level of income is changing. But then and then we saw that there's this increasing number of billionaires, although the poverty levels have come down. So when we are talking about political participation in redistribution, increasingly we do see, so all the working classes, which are typically were support working, so typically the leftists were supposed to be in favor of the working classes, but now we see that all over the world, working classes increasingly are becoming right-wing or supporters of such parties. So is this kind of phenomena reason for this this trend, that the size of the pie with the rich are increasing? They're handing out some basic goodies to the poor to keep them in their political side, to be in a very crude term. Thank you.
Professor Sinha, would you like to go first? Okay.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Adri, to organize this workshop. Thank you to Mr. Ajit Sinha also. One more question, sir. This artificial intelligence is going to implement it in whole world industry, and they will implement. What will impact in common people? We know when a computer revolution came, that time also our society was scared. Same scenario in artificial intelligence, and who will more suffer and how they will survive in common people. Is there any planning by our government of India or state government? We can fight. This is not problem in our India, in whole world. Another thing, you said, Mr. Ajit, wonderful things. 1% of population capture this 90% of capital in whole world. And this scenario is also going changes. In politician, they are trying to change, but when they goes in top, they also move in this 1%. So what are the solution? Thank you.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah, Prem Chandalkar, I'm an architect. Question to Sanjay Reddy. Talk about inclusive development, but what is your reaction to thinkers like Ivan Illich or Gustavo Estiva or Majid Ranema, who argue that development itself is an ideological concept, which is reference to a certain Western model of economy, and we need a post-development theory?
So I have a question. This is Manish.
Please.
Yes, this is Manish from, I teach economics in a government college. My question is for Professor Reddy. Thank you so much for a very brilliant historical overview of the development process and the theoretical traditions we have. Towards the end of the lecture, you talked about democratic market economy. So India launched economic reforms in 1991. Do you see that as a step towards democratic market economy when freedom was granted, more freedom was given to the private sector in the economy? Over the last 30 years, as you have seen, there is a raging debate going on between Professor Bhagwati and Professor Amartya Sen over the number of poor who have been pulled out of poverty, the growth rates and all those things, So at one level, there is there are books like, written by Financial Times columnist, James Crabtree, who wrote about the billionaire Raj. So levels of inequality is going up in the country in the last 30 years. At the same time, we also hear a lot of people coming out of poverty. So the question is, what suggestion you would suggest as a policymaker to the government to create a growth story, which is more inclusive, but at the same time, it is more participatory, both in terms of giving the private sector greater space and at the same time giving more political space to the marginalized, to the backbenchers, because the social justice politics has been with us for the last 30, 40 years. So that, bringing that alignment between market economy and social justice politics, that is the question. And, second question, in the last 30 years, a lot of literature that has focused on economic reforms. Recently 2 books were published. One by the Princeton economist Ashoka Modi, whose book is titled "India is Broken." Another book has come from the former chief economic advisor to the government of India, Asoka Lahiri, who has written the book titled "India in Search of a Glory." So these are 2, vastly contrasting titles. Is India broken, or if something is broken, then how can some country which is broken can search for glory without even, eliminating or meeting the basic necessities of life for the greater part of its population? So given your experience in the field, I would like to hear something on that. And Professor Ajit Sinha, I missed a greater part of your lecture, but recently, the American statesmen, Henry Kissinger, Eric Smith, and they have came up with a book on artificial intelligence. At one level, you're very right that it is going to increase the productivity levels, and at the other level, there is likelihood of unemployment going to rise. In light of those statements, can you please offer some labor market solutions to that, some labor market reforms or whatever that may mean to you? Thank you so much for coming to Patna, both of you. Everyone, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a lot for you to respond to.
Oh, thanks a lot for all the questions. Is this working? Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I don't know whether I can answer all the questions, whether I have answers to all the questions. They're all very interesting. These are just like, ideas I'm throwing out to people to think about. They are not the area where I have done like, years of research. Now, but let me try and answer some of these questions. The demand question is, that is with economics for a very long time, like Malthus came up with the underconsumptionist theory against Ricardo and things like that. But in general, it is well accepted that economy can keep growing. If the capitalists just want to accumulate, they're just producing machines. Machines are producing machines, and there's a demand for machines. If that is their demand, you are expecting that ultimately production is for consumption. Now, that is an assumption which may not be true for capitalism because production is for profit. So wherever I see demand, if I see demand in making machine, which makes more machines, then it makes more machines, I keep doing it. But as far as your demand is general demand is concerned, demand will be high simply because you have redistributed quite a lot of income through basic income. Right now, the rich people have all the income and you have this 1% who is very poor. In that case, they don't have income anyway, so the demand is low. The high demand is for Ferraris and Audis and all that, which you see everywhere. But that is the kind of demand you could still have if you have luxury goods demand, if the people with money have those demands, that will be there. But if they just want to grow faster, they can. So theoretically, demand under consumption is not a very strong theoretical position, but in different kinds of theoretical scenario, it can become important. Malthus's underconsumptionist thesis is actually quite strong in my opinion, because there you have a population dynamics and labor supply dynamics associated with economics. If you don't have population dynamics associated with economics or economic growth, then you really don't have too much of a problem to worry about. Now, on the question about labor supply, Romer's question. So your question about work and leisure is the labor supply. I am talking about labor demand. And my point is that you see, the marginal productivity idea on which all demand curves dependence of the factors of production is what? Is basically changing the ratio in which production equations is written. So you have two kinds of theoretical argument. One is that you have returns to scale, where scale remains constant and you change the scale, where the proportions of factors will remain constant. But marginal productivity requires that the proportion must change, the ratio must change. And that is the basis on which you draw a static demand curve. You can always draw a demand curve in this context as well, as Adam Smith, Ricardo, Malthus, etc. did in classical economics. If you put it in a dynamics context, you bring in population dynamics, etc., it will work. But the neoclassical is 100% static model, and they need substitutability. So that is what, when Shraffa is critiquing marginalism, that's what he's critiquing, the substitutability assumption, which is what after 1870s came to economics and changed economics. And that's what I was referring to. In terms of Shraffa model, what I'm basically talking about is that Shraffa has this idea of basic good. So once you have a basic good, which means that the economies are interconnected, and once you have that, then this particular aspect, and these are, I'm getting into theory, which most of the people may not be interested, but the classical economics from Adam Smith onwards thought that they can go back and back in the production chain. And even neoclassical economics like Wicksell and all Bauer and all these people, they thought that you could go to pure labor and nature state. Shraffa is saying that you cannot go to that, because if you could go to pure labor nature state, then if you remove labor, whole value theory goes off. You don't have an economy left. Even in Marx, if you remove labor, surplus value is zero. Rate of exploitation would be infinite. So you don't have it any more economic theory, it just disappears. But if you have a basic good, what it tells you is that you have a commodity residue that gives you a notion of maximum rate of profit. Once you have that, then you can say I can remove labor, and if my system is productive, then I will have a positive finite rate of profit and positive prices of commodities. So everything which you see in capitalism remains intact, just labor is removed. So now you have a theoretical scenario in which you can think about this extreme case. I'm not saying that labor in one day will become zero. I'll come to that because those questions have been raised. So those are the theoretical point. Now, you see, the point which I'm trying to make is not that necessarily labor will come to zero. Even tending to zero makes my argument, to be entertained to some extent as a problem coming up. And this is a problem which you cannot solve through aggregate demand management or, movement of structural, change. Uh, because what you could see for some time is a negative rate of growth of labor demand. That is all I'm saying. So when you have that scenario, then you will have a technological unemployment happening. And how do you deal with that? And so the point I'm trying to make is that there could be an economy. For example, if you have a basic income well established, the whole economy now is running and 50% of the income is basic income. So it's people are getting that. They can generate their own economy in the sense now professors will have some role to play always. Like, people want to learn and things of that nature. So other people will pay money to have their children taught, not by the machines, but machines will aid. But there would be some people who do research, new research, etc. They will do. You will have theater, you will have singers, you will have all kinds of creative people. This is what Marx was anyway talking about for third state of communism, that people will then have time to develop their human capacity. So all the creative capacity will develop and there can be market for it. Each other you buy and sell, or those people who own means of production, they would be interested in paying you something for all these sorts of things. So there will be an economy running. It's not that the economy will go away. I'm just saying that the labor which is drudgery, right, which nobody really wants to do, that's why you have a labor leisure thing, that labor may not be required. And it's not necessarily a bad thing for human culture because that's what you have been wanting to do. And if you look at a very long, like from industrial revolution to now, and you just look at per human being, the amount of labor time they are spending, you will see that there is a decline. Okay. So earlier, like, even you had to pass legislation in England that children cannot be made to work more than 12 hours. So right now, like in Paris, you have 35 hours week. And slowly we are talking about 3 days weekend and this and that. So if you say that there would be at least minimum income is required for any living being, there is a subsistence at least, like let's say, so you cannot reduce wages below that. So if your hours of work is going down, per hour wage must be going up to sustain that, right? So in any case, it is going to raise the cost to the capitalist, and it is. And that is being paid by the increased productivity and all that. But the point, which point I was trying to answer here. Yeah, so AI. So if you look at the trend, as your question was, if you look at the trend is downwards. So if you just extrapolate the graph, you will be going close to zero. So that's how the whole of capitalism has been. This idea that labor is what produces surplus is fundamentally not correct. Surplus is produced by a system of production. Labor gets exploited. Nobody is denying exploitation in the bigger sense of the word, treated badly, paid less, because it's an input. And it's the only human input. I mean, whether you treat the fertilizer badly or not, nobody cares about that. But on the other hand, capitalism has been trying to get rid of labor because labor is a very troublesome input. It goes on strike, it does all kinds of things. So if they could get rid of labor with machine, they would very happily do. So if the machines are becoming cheaper enough to do most of the simple thing, it's okay. So as Asmita says, but non-routine jobs and conceptual will still stay with human for some time, yeah. But we don't know in 50 years what these machines can do. But still, what I'm saying is that those jobs are still small. You're talking about 8-9 billion people on this planet. And for that, this kind of economy seems to be no longer, and if you try to do it, and the high level of consumption for this kind of 8-9 billion people, I don't know what will happen to the environmental thing. I mean, unless we say that at the same time, we can go develop technology which is more or less 100% recyclable energy. Then we can think of like ever growing, ever becoming richer, and not ultimately putting enough pressure on nature to just like bust it. But that is another more difficult scenario, in my opinion, to think about than having basic income. You see, this idea of handout is a very bad word.
You're running out of time, so.
But we are not doing a tea break. Everybody got tea.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so-
Okay.
Okay. So
That's
people-
an amendment
yeah,
I wasn't
yeah.
aware of. Yeah.
because people were served tea, so there's no need for tea break. Okay, I have to give him time, but you see, handout is of course a pejorative word. What I'm saying is that it's your right. Capital is not a right of only big capitalists. So I'm saying the way you talk about socializing capital, taking over, I'm just saying don't take over. In abstract, you say 10%, 15%, 30% of it is socialized. That means that the income 30% of capital is generating belongs to everybody equal. That's all. So that socialization idea does not require you to take over. And nobody, people don't take over, states takes over. So there you will find that, oh, state represents people. No, not necessarily, as we all know that why would the state represent people there? So it's easier to income tax, you can see that, and it's easier now technologically to distribute money equally to everybody in their account. It's a very easy way to go to solve basic problem. There would be other problems which we can solve, but I'm not saying that do it immediately to the extent that everybody has a decent life through basic income, because that will shock the economy. So you will have to, and it is already started, giving certain small amount of money to targeted poor farmers. Aap Aadmi has started, okay, just start with giving money to women. All these are already started. These are all very, very good way of doing it. Just putting the institutions in place. In 5 years, these become entitlements. You cannot take it away. No government will be able to. And slowly you build on it. And by the time the problem becomes serious, you already have institutions in place to deal with it. That's my basic point. Thank you.
Professor Reddy.
Thank you. So first of all, let me say to Ajit that we should have a fuller discussion about this, but I don't think you're talking about basic income. You're talking about what people refer to as a social dividend, which is something else entirely analytically. You're talking about people getting a certain percentage of the national income or of capital income. And that proposal has also been discussed, but it is not called basic income in the literature generally. Well, you may be calling it that, but it's very important not to call it that to avoid the confusion that results. Because one of my objections to basic income, for instance, would not apply to a social dividend. One of my objections would be that it becomes very easy to whittle away the value of a basic income over time, precisely because it is not clear to what level it is meant to correspond, right? Now, when Philippe van Parijs and other people argued for basic income, some of them did suggest that it should be linked in some way to the requirements of living. But not all proponents of basic income do that. And I think there is a certain temptation. In India, it's very observable in the literature on substituting subsidies with Aadhaar-linked income transfers, direct transfers. There is a tendency to want to do this in part because it will make less transparent what is the basis of that transfer, thereby enabling that transfer level to be arbitrarily reduced, I think, because it's very, very hard to understand exactly what is the appropriate rate of adjustment to inflation if you don't have any kind of anchoring in terms of what is meant to be achieved by that transfer anymore. This issue is basically not addressed by the proponents of such direct transfers. They don't call it basic income. They could, but they don't. So I think that there is a distinction here which matters, right? And Martin Weitzman and other people argued for a social dividend. I would be much more in favor of a social dividend than I would be for basic income. So I think one does need to distinguish those and then talk about the right proposal. The next thing I would like to say in response to Romer Correa is that I'm not talking about the recent French reference to participatory development by, for example, Ségolène Royal or other people, as everybody voting electronically, all the members of the party, and not just on the final candidate, but on every specific issue. Maybe everybody in the society having some kind of voting device in their home where they can have referenda every other minute. That's not what I'm talking about. It could be, right, a part of it. But what I have in mind is much more of a notion that whoever is affected by a project or a policy should in some way have opportunities, meaningful and real opportunities to be involved in the process of decision making. Too much in this country, in my own experience, and I'm sure you would have your experiences as well, comes from top down. And even when there's supposed to be some type of participation, there isn't with respect to the implementation of infrastructural decisions about mining or other kinds of activities that affect local communities, right? So obviously there are overlapping levels of analysis here. Something like a mining policy affects the locality. It also affects the nation. It affects every intermediate jurisdiction. So one needs different levels of consultation and participation. If people are afraid to say what they think because they believe there will be repercussions, even physical repercussions for them, that's not going to work. So we are talking about something that is, I think, much more multiplex. It has to be worked out in different fora in which people's lives are influenced and in different ways. On Ashmita's questions, I completely agree. Services are going to be very important, I think, and are. I think Ajit also conceded that. In the recent literature, there's an enormous increase in services at the expense of pretty much everything else in most countries of the world, right? Most of the shrinkage of agriculture has been accompanied by an increase in services, not industry, as Danny Roderick and other people have observed. There are a few countries which are notably industrializing, or a few regions, China, for example, where the percentage of the population in manufacturing has held more or less constant, not even increased, because of the displacement of labor that's happening through automation, for example. But most countries, you see a big increase in services, most of it low quality, low end services, which are not desirable, right? But nevertheless, there is that increase. And that, I think, is very important for this purpose. And I would agree with your emphasis on education broadly considered as a tool for such opportunity, for linking people to opportunities. One would need to think holistically about that. I don't think there's an easy answer, but I prefer not to think asymptotically. Maybe Ajit and I have slightly different views of the role of economics. I like to operate in the here and now. I think that's part of our responsibility. I think it's interesting to think asymptotically, but I prefer not to when it comes to real questions that we have to deal with. So we can get back to that. Okay, on Prem's question, I think that, I'm sorry, there's one thing more I missed, Ashmita. You asked about the working classes and the right wing. It's a very important, interesting political economy question. I think it's not a coincidence that around the world, the rise of right-wing populist nationalist or nationalist populist movements has happened at the same time as the stark increases in inequality, especially between capital and labor. not interpersonal inequalities as conventionally measured, but capital income versus labor income inequalities. It is not a coincidence. But what are the mechanisms, institutionally, politically, ideologically, that have caused these movements to emerge? I think to provide a degree of cover for these economic developments is an important issue to analyze more carefully. I don't believe in crudely functionalist explanations. We can't just say, because it serves this purpose for capital, therefore it has come into being. We need to study the processes. At the same time, I don't believe that crude intentionality is the answer either, because we know that many of these movements don't have legitimizing inequalities as their stated purpose or their conscious purpose. So we have to have a sophisticated theory that can weave between those two limits. On Prem Chandavarkar's question, so yes, of course, I'm familiar with the post-development thinkers and have tried to grapple with them over many years. My basic problem with them is not that I disagree with their critique of existing development as having often engaged in having resulted in damaging consequences for people's economic, social, and cultural worlds, which is, I think, their basic thesis, right? My problem is a terminological one. They want to attack the word development, and they have their reasons. They have their etymological reasons, their conceptual reasons, their practical reasons why they want to attack that term. But I do not see how we can talk about what we want for our societies without having a term of this kind. We don't have to use the term development. Let's find another term. But then that's a distinction without a difference. We don't need the teleological, hierarchical, stagist aspects of development, perhaps. Get rid of them. But how can we talk about what we want? What is it we collectively desire and aspire for? We cannot do without such a language, right? Ashish Nandi, for example, attacks what he calls the inclined plane of history, the notion we must move in a certain direction. Fair enough. Let us pluralize our set of possibilities, but we must have a language for speaking of collective well-being. If we don't, then that's another kind of irresponsibility, I think, and a disavowal. So I don't want that. I think we need to be able to talk about those questions. On Manish's question, market reforms, did they go in the direction of a democratized market economy? Well, they created a market economy more than they created democratization, right, of that economy. And one way to think about this is in terms of Isaiah Berlin's distinction between negative and positive freedoms, which of course Amartya Sen takes up, right? One thing you can do is get rid of the barriers, fair enough. But do also enable people to do things once the barriers have been gotten rid of, right? If you think about the withdrawal of the government of India from rural agricultural extension and efforts that improve agricultural productivity of farmers and small farmers in particular, and the replacement of that function by for-profit companies in many cases, which is, I think, tended to go along with other developments, including debt of farmers. That would be an example of where one might say the emphasis has been more on the negative than the positive, or look at the withdrawal of public sector banks from lending to small entrepreneurs and smallholders in relative terms, and the boom in microfinance. Andhra Pradesh was one of the epicenters, but there have been many states of this boom in microfinance, which did not go too well, hasn't gone so well for people. So there's a room for readjustment within a market-based conception of the role of the state, right? So this is why it's a false duality to say you're for the state or for the market. You can be for a state that promotes the market in a democratized sense, and that would mean a whole other set of activities, right? But of course, at the core of that is political economy. You have to correct the aspects of the political economy that are rotten. And that's where the participatory, deeply participatory democratic aspects also come in. For cooperatives, for example, the cooperatives law in India is completely useless because of the way in which it allows government to intervene in governance of cooperatives, thereby ensuring that that their governance will be rotten. And that should be changed. Finally, on different views of India, broken or glory. Well, I was mentioning our trip yesterday. The roads are choked. Why are they choked? Because people have cars. Many, many more people have cars, and the roads have not expanded. And it's very difficult to expand those roads from many different points of view, even though there are efforts to do that. Whether or not the expansion of roads is the only solution, of course, is another issue. So this would be an instance of what John Kenneth Galbraith called private affluence and public squalor, right? You've got them side by side. So is it broken or is it a glory? It's maybe both, right? It's what psychologists call a Rorschach test. What you see depends on how you see it and what your perspective is. But the very fact that more than one view is possible, right, tells us that neither is the whole truth. I think that's a very important point for us to have in mind. So thank you.
I'd like to thank both the presenters for the very stimulating discussion and also the participants for enriching the discussion. With just 3 minutes of deficit, I think we're on time. And I bring the session to close as chair.
Yeah, thank you all for a very interesting set of discussions. Thank you, Professor, for sharing the session. Yeah, so we move on to the next session. So for this, I request Professor Ajit Sinha to kindly chair the session and invite Professor G. Omkar Nath, who is the former professor, University of Hyderabad. He will be the speaker for the session. Should we take a 2-minute break? Yeah.
वो गवर्नर से हम मिले हैं सलोनी के केस में। हाँ, तो हम जब मिले हैं सलोनी के केस में बहुत अच्छे लोग सुलझावा बात की है। बोले कि आप लोग तो आए हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है, प्लान है आप लोग की, लेकिन सबको
ठीक है।
Hi, welcome to the session.
So
2.
welcome back to the next technical session. For this, we have Dr. Ajit Sinha to kindly chair the session. He's already here. Then we have 2 speakers for this session, Professor G. Omkar Nath, former professor, University of Hyderabad, and Professor Romer Korea, former RBI professor of monetary economics, University of Mumbai. I request Professor Sinha to kindly take over and conduct the session. Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, I am the timekeeper for this session. And as she has already introduced the 2 speakers, I would request Omkar to go first, 30 minutes, and then Romer, and then again, we will have 30 minutes of exchange. So Omkar, please do.
Thank you. I must begin by thanking the organizers, the ADRI, and in particular, Professor Ajit Sinha for having me in this event, which has many distinguished colleagues whose work I have come to value very much over the years. My topic for the day has close tangential points with the earlier 2, and also perhaps the one that is to come up in the form of the address by Professor Meghnath Desai in the afternoon today. Basically, the abstract of my paper, which is in the making, which is work in progress, is already with you. So those who care can take a look at it. Basically, I was trying to look at the present scenario of broad material conditions of life of the vast majority of Indians, with those prevalent maybe just before independence, or even further at the turn of the 20th century. And let me start with the thesis that I have, hypothesis or thesis that I have, which I'll of course then elaborate later on. Basically, I'm trying to argue that one might think of Indian economy going through all kinds of vicissitudes over the last 5, 6, or 7 decades after independence. But what is striking is, I mean, these are all vicissitudes you would expect, broadly speaking, economic jargon, cyclical kind of issues. But what is the underlying core? What is the underlying problems which seem to persist, which seem to survive these cyclical vicissitudes and so on? And in particular, I was concerned with the development strategy that India adopted as part of its planning. As we all very well know, the so-called Nehru-Mahalanobis strategy. And when I looked at Mahalanobis' original writings carefully, and not just get carried away by a so-called heavy industry strategy. First of all, it is not, to be fair to Mahalanobis, it's not really a heavy industry strategy. The 4-sector Mahalanobis model which became the backbone of the second five-year plan and set the tone for subsequent plans in very significant ways, is actually not simply heavy industry for its own sake. Although politically it became a selling point to talk about the commanding heights and so on. Yes, he emphasized the importance of diverting incrementally rising resources, investment for capital goods industry. That's because of a historical structural issue of shortage of capital. But his final end, if you look at his original writing, is actually how to achieve full employment, what he called full employment of labor. So he could perceive very clearly, despite the fact that he was a physicist turned statistician turned economist, he had this enormous perception of the structural, institutional, historical problematic of India's development. And is very clear, both in not only in his four sector planning model, but also in his addresses to the then Indian Labor Economics Association, one of those classic papers which are less well known. He emphasized the fact that, look, the ultimate aim of, call it commanding heights, call it public sector, call it heavy industry, is eventually to usher in an era where labor, which was idle or underemployed, thanks largely to the colonial intervention in India's historical process, be put to effective utilization for the benefit of all, and which subserves economic growth as well. And I found when I sort of traced the career of Indian planning, which it is possible to trace nicely thanks to a useful publication brought about by Kirit Parikh. There's an 11th plan draft, etc. There's a document. Actually, there is an appendix to it, which gives you in a serious form different plan models that we adopted, what went wrong, etc. First plan, second plan, all the way up to the 12th plan. And as we all know, the 12th plan was disbanded, and with it, the end of planning was brought with the government that was in power in 2014. And with it goes the Planning Commission, and we have something else in its place, and so on. Now, it's very clear that employment, I'll presently argue that employment is not a proper category that we think of. The proper category, which is generic and which is very important, is labor, not employment, unemployment, etc. Because India has always had tremendous difficulty, the people who conduct economic surveys, censuses, and so on, to define what is work, what is non-work, what is employment, what is unemployment, and so on. These are probably categories relevant elsewhere, but the basic problem is one of underutilized labor. Or to put it more precisely, going back to the very generic and overarching value of Adam Smith, he actually conceived of development or wealth of nations or growth, call what you will, in terms of two concepts. One is what he called productivity of labor, and other is what is called the proportion of productive labor in the total labor force. I mean, there's this great debate about productive and unproductive labor running all the way up to Marx and so on. Basically, what it means is that the level of economic activity at any moment in any economy, because labor is a generic category, and historically it would take various forms, and it would take a particular form under capitalism, which has become dominant in some sense. And the data gathering agencies and the policymakers tend to adopt uncritically those concepts and definitions and run into difficulty. As Amartya Sen, I believe, said that with 6% unemployment rate, India would put to shame many developed countries and so on and so forth. Because the measured unemployment rate going by either NSS reports or the census would be very little compared to many other advanced countries and so on. But that's a problem of categories, not of definitions and concepts. So basically what Adam Smith was talking about is that the wealth the level of activity in any given period of time depends on the level of productivity of labor. By this, again, one must not confuse this idea of productivity of labor with the marginal notions of marginal productivity of capital, marginal productivity of labor, and then if you can't account for fully either capital, you have the Solovian residual and so on. We actually mean partial productivities, that is output per worker, but not output per attributable to labor alone. It is actually assisted labor, right? So output per assisted labor, that is labor working with the tools, implements, and capital, or the whole environment in which labor works. That is what we mean by labor productivity. So it is the labor productivity times broadly the number of productive workers that would define the level of activity in an economy. Dynamically, in terms of growth rates, obviously the rate of economic growth would then be a summation of the rate of growth of productivity and the rate of growth of employment. That is the thing, the conceptual scheme which I'm going to stick around. Now, conceived thus, what was the prevalent thinking in India right from the beginning of the 20th century all the way up to Mahalanobis? Now, contrary to our normal perception, Indian thinkers, starting from Ranade, the broad thinkers called nationalist economic thinkers. The term is due to historian Bipin Chandra, who captured it very well. They were thinkers in the sense they were thinking about Indian economic problems in relation to the colonial economic policies, Ranade up to Ambedkar and so on. They were still not, Ranade, for example, was still not sure that India would be, the independence was in the offing. They were still thinking of humanizing or democratizing economic policy, assuming that colonialism would still continue, modernizing the economy, start modern industry, etc., etc. So all of them were very clear, and this is not my impressionistic view. There is a useful selection of selections from articles of several thinkers put together by J. Krishnamurti sometime 2 decades ago. It's called Towards Development Economics, 1900 to 1950, something like that. So he picks up extracts from various economists, well-known, not so well-known, who actually had thought of the ideas of surplus labor, the ideas of ideal labor, and this surplus labor being the potential for capital accumulation and rising productivity in the long run, etc. These ideas were very much indigenous and original much before they became popular in the literature we call development economics, or post-war development economics, or Lewisian kind of model and so on. So these ideas were very much prevalent, and it's a different matter, but they're not popularized and so on. And when you looked in the backdrop of this Indian economic thought on the question of labor, you would actually find that Lewis' model is very poor. You like to look at it in a poor light. First of all, it's neither classical nor particularly original as far as India is concerned. Maybe it had some important thing for the sub-Saharan African countries and so on. Basically, right from Ranade to the post-independence famous empirical study of Dandekar-Rath, right? Dandekar-Rath study, for example, just to give you a flavor of it, actually does not end with estimation of a poverty ratio, which became the growth industry for subsequent applied economies in India. Everybody starting estimating poverty ratio, and then whether it's declining or stagnant or rising, etc. Actually, the later part of Dandekar-Rath study connects or accounts for poverty in terms of employment. And it is a link between what was then called employment or unemployment and poverty. So that linkage between structural or massive poverty and structural unemployment appears to have been lost in subsequent discussions in India when we discussed poverty, inequality, and all that stuff. Basically, let me cut a long story short. The second 5-year plan, as I mentioned, took on board, visualized a 4-sector model. As you very well know, I need just to refresh quickly. Sector 1 is the K sector, the capital goods sector, which includes machines, and as Ajit said, machines to produce machines and so on and so forth. Then you have a consumer goods sector, which is subdivided into 3 segments. The first segment is the factory produced consumer goods, the modern consumer goods. The sector 2 would be consumer goods coming out of agriculture in the form of food and other what we call wage goods, as well as the traditional craft industry or indigenous industry. And finally, we have Mahalanobis has this 4th sector called the services, the community services of all kinds and so on. Now, before I move into what this really meant, how this vision was translated and went through transformations, this Mahalanobis vision, let me also bring your attention to one more idea of Adam Smith, I think a very important idea. Towards the later part of volume 1 of, I think, Wealth of Nations, he actually talks about, when we talk about quality of life, standard of living, etc. Actually, Adam Smith suggested that the productivity of labor, the average productivity of labor in a national economy should be of such a level that besides taking care of the private consumption of the worker's household, it should also enable the worker to contribute to the state's exchequer so that the state could in turn utilize those funds, resources for promoting what you might call social consumption or public consumption. That is roads, water, potable water, motorable roads, primary schools, primary health care center, which are, as you know, in the nature of public goods. And no matter how rich you are, how rich a landlord you are, might be in rural Bihar or anywhere in rural India, you cannot have your own power line running to your house. You cannot have a road line or a potable water or a market yard, etc., etc. Now, this data is, as you know, very well captured in the decennial censuses of India. Unfortunately, we missed, thanks to COVID, we missed the 2021 census. Hopefully it will come through soon enough. And the census is to put together the broad idea of social consumption. In the past, the census was used as a frame for conducting more in-depth studies of sample surveys going into the social consumption, etc. But broadly, one would imagine, even if you look at it till about 2011 censuses, the millions of households or villages without motorable roads, the millions of households without electricity or potable drinking water, without primary schools and primary healthcare centers, in absolute terms, more or less remains the same. It hasn't really changed much. So this view of productivity is very important. In other words, the standard of living of a person depends only partly on private consumption expenditure, what you can do with your own incomes in terms of what you can buy and enjoy and so on. Whereas a lot of poverty measurement is actually anchored only to private consumer expenditure, the NSSO consumer expenditure service. So one must also take together that your quality or standard of living depends as much on what we may call social consumption. Okay, so your standard of living, therefore, means that your productivity must be of such a level, on average, that you not only take care of your private consumer expenditure, of a certain decent level, which can be defined in various contexts and times. And then also you should be able to contribute to the state. Of course, indirect taxes the poor pay. It does not discriminate between poor and the rich and so on, all of us enter through. But this real indicator of your productivity being sufficiently high is when the majority of the working population also come under some kind of income tax net. That's what I really meant. Now, coming back to the Mahalanobis strategy, the broad or quick career of Mahalanobis strategy. As you know very well, while second five-year plan started in 1950, by the middle of 60s, 64 or so, for roughly a decade and a half of plan, then the people, Nehru included, I suppose, got curious about, look, what has 15 years of economic planning meant for the quality of life of an average Indian? And they set up a committee, I suppose, chaired by Mahalanobis himself, which actually submitted the report rather with a long lag, partly because of the death of Nehru, Chinese aggression, and various other, convulsions in the Congress party and things of that kind in the aftermath of Nehru's death and so on. But when the report did appear, it gave a clear verdict that 15 years of planning in India, whatever good things it may have done in other areas of the economy, has not meant much, or in fact very little, to the quality of life, or what they call level of living of an average Indian. So that was a negative report. Right. Now, given this, then the whole thinking, and why did this happen? I think it's important to ask the question: was it a fault of Mahalanobis, that four-sector model, that things did not percolate down to the conditions of life of the last Indian, etc., or is it something to do with the fact that economic policies could not ensure an adequate mobilization of sector 3, which is agriculture and traditional industry, especially that, and sector 4 would follow. Services, of course, have a certain symbiotic relation with the commodity producing sectors. So it turns out that one way, by pressing ahead with accumulation, the K goods sector, capital goods sector, without ensuring a matching elasticity of supply of wage goods coming from agriculture, without ensuring a demand for the machinery, etc., the capital goods, the output of the capital goods in the small scale industry, because the traditional industry did not go through the required modernization. So it could not establish demand linkages with the capital goods sector. For the same reason that labor, both entrapped in agriculture, thanks to a large extent to the colonial policies, and especially to the colonial policies which had the effect of what is well known as deindustrialization in the colonial context. That is a systematic destruction of India's very prosperous, that time, very thriving and prosperous indigenous industry. For example, it is estimated that as of 1600 AD, which was not a long time in the past, India accounted for 1/5 of world's manufacturing output. That was a great, feat. And what happened after that. In other words, the traditional industry was thriving right up to the Mughal times, the craft industry, both in terms of domestic production, as well as absorption, as well as exports. So that bit of vast reserve of underemployed labor could be addressed only when there was some kind of a meaningful redistributive measures, partly in land reforms or redistribution of land, and partly also in several other tenurial reforms and so on. And we know very clearly, even by the early 60s, that the attempt at land reforms at large was abortive. It didn't happen. Secondly, we also managed to ignore the traditional craft industry. Therefore, it became a plaything for societal women, like, it was Khadi, Gramojog, corporations, and some society women. There were many respectable women, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay and so on. They're looking after this, they were preserving small industry, the weaver, etc., as though they are, museum pieces and so on. So there was no concomitant or simultaneous efforts at increasing incomes and therefore reducing demand efficiency via increasing the incomes of those dependent on agriculture, nor was there any effective measure to bring about modernization of the traditional craft industry, which would then bank upon the design skills of the weavers and so on. So now, so it is because of these two failures that, effectively Mahalanobis model came to be a kind of a two-sector model, which was the original, his calculation, which would compare well with the Feldman's two-sector model and so on. So it's a capital goods and a modern consumer goods model. So both had, sort of locked in, got locked in terms of an isolation paradox. They were cut off from both demand and supply linkages of the rest of the system, and hence the rest of the people, the majority of the people who are not part of either the capital goods industry or the modern consumer goods industry and so on. So it wasn't really so much a difficulty of Mahalanobis' conception of development in terms of four sectors. It is obviously a political failure to do justice to the plan model as a four-sector plan model. Now, this being the case, what really happened was that the Indira Gandhi regime begins, and her political life becomes, the Congress party, her own entry as the prime minister and so on. Then she showed signs of socialism, as you know, 69 bank nationalization and things of that kind. And 71 elections, which were to be a challenge for Indira Gandhi, made her give this very populist slogan as Garibi Hatao, right, as we all know. And then the Garibi Hatao had to be translated into a technical, a technical part of the plan model itself. And as you very well know, the fifth five-year plan model, in fact, this was part of the, this was part of the technical note to the approach paper of the fifth five-year plan, which actually came out only in 1975, but which in fact had already formed part of the plan model itself. It, for the first time, does something very, very striking. It tells you that, look, we are not able to increase the level of, the pattern or productivity of labor in this system. We are not able to raise employment, productive employment that is way. So let the structure of production be what it is. And let us try to play with the distribution. Let us try to do something about a distribution parameter, which is exogenously given and which was supposed to lift the bottom 3 deciles of the bottommost poverty group, poor groups, so that, some kind of egalitarian thing, or at least people at large may not be adequately provided for, but at least they will not be called something like absolutely poor in some sense. So it is for the first time that you started, it's actually turning the tables against the Mahalanobis and the whole idea of planning itself. It is actually saying that you can think about redistributing without enlarging or without reforming the production sphere, that is production, technology, and employment of labor. So for the first time, the question of poverty was sought to be attacked, quote unquote, directly from a distribution parameter exogenously specified, rather than being an outcome of the production, employment, technology, and excess, demand excess. I think that is the real turning point, a turning point which meant that an old strategy was completely given up and led to an elaborate program, what I will call vulgar social subsidization. And this took the form by 1980s. It's very clear, all of us know, poverty alleviation became the catchword, catchphrase, and a plethora of so-called poverty alleviation measures, you know, the self-employment programs like IRDP and the wage employment programs, food for work, etc., came in the vogue and accepted and had the full support of international aid agencies and so on. So from then onwards, it became, while planning actually continued formally, there were plan after plan. Of course, there were planned holidays in between. There were midterm evaluation of the plans, documents were produced, everything happened. But the soul and heart of planning, the kind that we talked about in the fourth sector model vision of Mahalanobis, was completely lost. And what remains is an elaborate program. You've given up that, look, planned industrialization, etc., could not bring about a transformation of livelihoods of people at large. So let us play around with social subsidization. Now, this actually had very powerful implications. I'll just take 2 more minutes. Or in terms of not only economics, because it's not sustainable economically, precisely because this social subsidization, unending social subsidy, call it Narega, call it, you know, these labels and bottles, you know, they came to be labeled, you know, different names and different labels, but the entire spirit is one of social subsidization. Because we cannot eradicate poverty in any meaningful sense, let us alleviate poverty, keep poverty at a politically acceptable, tolerable level, tolerance level, and so on. So an important, obvious consequence, economic consequence, one of the most important, is that since this social subsidization came to depend almost exclusively on the fiscal arm of the state, both at the center and in the provincial governments, it meant deficits on account of the subsidization. And for the first time, I suppose it is from the late 70s that the central government budget started running a deficit on current account, a revenue account, revenue account. Till then, the deficit was always on capital account, which was understandable because state-led industrialization and capital accumulation and so on. And from then on, state took over. And this thing got reinforced by the phenomena in the 80s or subsequently of the rise of regional governments, regional parties. And it became the scenario of competitive capitalism, where every government after government, both at the center and the region, would think what is for the welfare of the poor, welfare. So India sort of got degenerated itself into an impossible welfare state because of its failure of the original objective of planning. I'll stop here and take upon other points in the course of discussion if there is any. Thank you very much. Sorry for the
on this, for the slides to audible, audible at the back. All right. Thanks, Adri, for a visit that has been long awaited. I've missed coming here for some years now. In particular, thanks Ajit Sinha for this invitation this time around. The first thing to do is the obvious one, is to get the title out of the way, because the acronym we are familiar with is CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency or Money. I'm sorry, Central Bank Digital Currency or cash. I don't know which one it is. And we know what that entails. CBDC means, and why it is the case. We have the idea of digitalization of money in place of cash and notes and tokens. And the reasons are many, but there are 2 or 3 flashpoints or discussion points that are relevant to our discussion. The first is competition with private monies, cryptocurrencies and bitcoins. That is one issue. And there are pros and cons for all the other issues that I'm going to then bring up. The second issue is one of competition with banks. The argument is that central bank digital currency will drive banks away. We'll put our money directly into central bank money. Why on earth would we require commercial banks? The third issue of contention, bone of contention, is one of anonymity. On the one hand, you have suitcases of cash you can donate to your favorite politician or bureaucrat. You can't be, it can't be led back to you. In contrast, a digital currency always has a mark, a stain attached to it, and a forensic scientist, and always locate its source. So these are 3 matters on which the pros and cons can be cited. Completely independent of this are discussions upon the fundamental nature of money. What is money, etc., its meaning at the foundational level of economic theory. And we have the orthodox and the unorthodox, heterodox schools of different stripes, trying to rail at the orthodox who couldn't care less, the 1 or 2 of them who are aware of the unorthodox. So you have many small Davids slinging at Goliaths who couldn't care less, at the Goliath who couldn't care less. So you have this contention between unorthodox and unorthodox with regard to the nature of money, what is money, and so on. But by and large, a lack of communication between them. Like I said, orthodox couldn't care less, but I'm very happy to report a meeting ground. A meeting ground driven by the best which is empirical, which is the question, what do central banks in fact do? What in fact is the monetary mechanism? And it turned out this meeting ground has arisen from the idea of central bank reserves being the driving force of the monetary mechanism. Okay, so the notion is central bank reserves are keyed in to commercial banks, assuming that there are certain reasons to do with trade and commerce and business, etc. Let us assume that good environmentally friendly green projects have been located, and central banks very simply key in reserves to commercial banks. And my job will be to, in fact, trace this process to the macroeconomic system. Now, this is in contrast to the standard way we think of the money process, which is the money multiplier idea, which is just the opposite of what I just said. The idea is money comes into the commercial banks and some part they have to keep with the central bank. It's the money multiplier. So in fact, the most revolutionary literature you will now find on this meeting ground is IMF staff papers and Bank of England staff papers, which are downright subversive in trying to convert students, very user-friendly, very student-friendly, disabusing them from the standard money multiplier way of thinking of commercial banks parking money with central banks, rather than thinking more naturally and empirically of central banks, in fact, keying in reserves to commercial banks for the legitimate needs of trade and industry. And of course, the connection with my main theme, digital money, is very naturally made, because digital money, so reserves, I'm not going to be the first one to point this out. Reserves are digitalized, always have been. They are ledger entries and deletions, whereas they were, literally ledger entries and deletions. They are now digitalized. Press of a button, money goes through. No bank manager or central bank officer lugs suitcases of cash to and from one or the other. So this is a natural meeting ground for my team. Now, if this is the case, if this is my story, central bank reserves, etc., to get back to my initial theme of the 2 or 3 tension points that I noted with regard to thinking about digital cash, they all tend to evaporate because bank money, central bank money is money. Money is bank money, central bank money or commercial bank money. So the tension between or the competition between currency, central bank currency and private currency evaporates. It's of no concern to us. The second point with regard to banks, central banks driving out commercial banks from business also goes away because there's a very intimate nexus now between commercial banks and central bank. The central bank is the one that parcels out reserves to commercial banks, and commercial banks are the conduit for monies going to firms and other enterprises. And the third matter to do with anonymity versus informational intensiveness. Of course, we make the case for informational intensiveness because these are projects. So the whole business of adverse selection and moral hazard, information theoretic notions are ripe and rich and applicable over here. There's no anonymity when it comes to central bank money. So these matters are clearly resolved under this theoretical ambit of thinking in terms of central bank reserves primarily. Now, the next slide, I think. Get back. Okay, so this will do. Before you look at that picture, it may not all be clear, is an idea, a central idea connecting the survey of the literature that I have looked at is this notion of 100% reserves or narrow money. Since it is the case that a large part of banking crises and financial crises are brought about by savings being parked into questionable projects, devoted to questionable projects, the idea of a narrow money, 100% reserve money is severe the link between them. Severe the link between the deposit side and the asset side, between the borrowing and the lending. You have a firewall, sometimes called a Chinese wall between the two of them. And just the liability side or the depositor side, we call a narrow bank. And all of that is deposited with the central bank, therefore 100% reserves. The question is asked, and what happens to lending? What happens to the other side of the firewall? The market takes over. Hands are waved at it, nobody seems to care. So now this is another very strange coincidence between thinking at one end of the spectrum and the other end of the spectrum being joined on this subject. Hyman Minsky, one of the more radical monetary economists that lived, and on the other hand, old Chicago, best represented by Henry Simmons and others, both somehow through different modes of reasoning arrived at the same measure, recommended measure of 100% reserve banking or narrow banking. And the reason was common. You want to maintain the integrity of the mint. You want to be completely liquid. So you will always have risk-free banking. People will not worry about their money because it's completely secure with the central bank eventually. So risk-free banking, completely liquidity all along, no runs on banks because the deposits are safe. So this is another one of those very remarkable connections between the two. What about the lending part and the activity part, irrigation schemes, farms, and so on? The old Chicago couldn't have cared less. The market will take care of it. I came across an expression: investment trusts will take care of it. Hyman Minsky was not like that. Hyman Minsky was concerned as a good Keynesian with the capital development of an economy. So he would be concerned what happened on the other side of the divide. In fact, just a few days ago, in the aftermath of the SPB failure, Silicon Valley Bank failure, Dean Baker, who's a pretty insightful commentator, had something out as a post where he made the case for the Federal Reserve Bank. Rather than the intermediate narrow banks, everybody should park their monies, or the Federal Reserve Bank should be the one that just takes care of everybody's liquidity. But the question is, what about the other side? So he's just waves, and Chase Manhattan, they let them do their bit, because the issue, they cannot burn down the rest of the economy. Now, we will not be satisfied with that. We are concerned with the business of lending and employment and output and so on. So this is what the exercise is all about. So here is one survey paper chart that I found that says it all. I have modified it because there's clearly no CBDM in the chart, but I've used most of the chart, what the authors call alpha, which is central bank credit, I've called CBDM. And the whole story starts from the bottom. Story starts from the bottom with reserves and advances, alpha given by as credit to banks. In my model later, I'm going to dispense with the intermediary part bank. I'm going to keep it strictly to central bank or bank and non-bank entities. So alpha goes out, a corresponding entry lambda is made. I've distinguished between CBDC and CBDM. Moves to the bank, of course, there's a similar recording on both sides, and the non-bank sector represented by firms. The firms get the money and they go about their business, and I'm going to trace the rest of the business in the model that I'm now going to construct. So this is a nice way of surveying the literature. The ideas are there, and I can conclude this survey part with the notion you must have got earlier, or if not already, the notion that so far, at least, when you think of CBDC and bank and balance sheets, Hyman Minsky invited us to think of the economy as a set of interrelated banking sheets. If you do that, you find with only thinking of CBDC, you are focused on only one element of a balance sheet, and that won't do. If you're thinking of the system as a whole, you have to look at the other side, the counterparty to the balance sheet. So that's exactly what I seek to do in this particular survey of a given and in the model that I'm now going to develop. Now, how might I think as a theorist about theorizing about this? The model that I've chosen is goes by the name of the monetary circuit, the theory of the monetary circuit, which is researched in Italy and France, notably. The idea is as follows: think of an empty stage, all right, and then suddenly you have these three characters on the stage. You have a bank, commercial or central, it doesn't matter. Call it whatever adjective you like, it doesn't matter. And you have a firm, a fresh entrepreneur with a new idea, a green project, and so on. And you have his or her first responsibility is to employ workers. So you have the bank that comes and scrutinizes the project, vets it, and so on, and makes sure, and then gives a sum of money. Money is emitted. Money is written up. Central bank would send in a reserve, or the commercial bank would make a loan. Money is emitted, and that money is coterminous with the wage bill. The money is taken by the firm, and that amount is given by as a wage bill to workers. The workers go about naturally buying things, buying consumer good, basics good. That money therefore comes back as revenues to firms, as profits, and thereby they pay back their loans to the firm, to the bank, I'm sorry, with interest. That's how the circuit is complete. And once you do that, the circuit is complete. So this is the idea of the monetary circuit, which is subtle, and some of the subtleties I'll try to convey in this picture, which I've done very badly, I'm afraid. Yeah, there it is. Note the important thing right at the bottom is 3 lines. It's an identity. So money is emitted by the central bank, commercial bank, it doesn't matter. It's coterminous, they're identical to the wage bill, and there you have on the right hand side, it's clear. Your eyes will naturally go onto the right hand side because it's lending to the firm, and the firm will eventually pay it back with interest. The firm, of course, employs workers. That's a wage bill going out to them. And I put PS to denote the fact that workers buy goods and services. So that's PS. S stands for sale, and that goes back to firms as revenues. And then you might ask, but how are arrows going from the central bank to the worker? That's the beauty of the circuit approach, because you notice the identity at the top, the 2 right-hand arrows are identical. So effectively, money given to the firm is also the wage bill given to workers, and workers paying are not paying back the firm, but the central bank directly or the bank directly. They're paying it via their purchase of goods and services to firms and so on. But it's essentially, it's a cooperative, coordinated, single shot enterprise. One is supposed to think of this as having logically at a single point in time. And some more subtleties will come up in the next slide. So this is the idea of the monetary circuit. It's all about identities. It's all consistent with my last slide. It's about account keeping. So this is one natural way to model this would be something that I also do called stock flow consistent macro, where you have balance sheets. Once again, you have the single principle, double entry bookkeeping, or actually quadruple entry bookkeeping that makes sure that you have zeros. Positive entry cancels against the negative entries. You have a column and row of zeros at the end and on the right. That's one way to proceed. No behavior. There's no micro. There's no behavior. Instead, I have chosen another way of doing this. I've chosen a dynamic general equilibrium model way of doing this. And before Omkar Nath and Ajit's jaws drop further, let me reassure them that this is not DSGE. It's not dynamic stochastic general equilibrium model. I'm using a kind of a tradition in in general equilibrium modeling that is active in Europe once again, Belgium, France. A very illustrious practitioner whom I missed today is Anjal Mukherjee. Last few visits to Adri, he was there. So he is another practitioner of this European way of doing macro, which is described variously as disequilibrium macro, non-Walrasian macro. The terms are very suggestive. They are suggestive of the fact that the tools and techniques of standard macro are used to arrive at non-market clearing outcomes, Keynesian outcomes, as well as more outcomes, different regimes. So this is a kind of a language I'm going to be used to model this framework. And there are other reasons that will be clear as I go along. And in particular, my task is made much easier by the work of one of them, very illustrious French economist Jean-Pascal Benassi, who's come up with a string of very elegant, terse, beautifully written texts. And I use them, and I'm going to follow in one or two of them literally to show how my scheme differs from him and point out differences and contrasts. So it makes discussion and debate much easier. So this is Benassi's framework that I'm going to be using shortly. Okay, so there are two parts. The first is perfect competition. Of course, everybody is a price taker. And I'm not going to burden you with the maximum. So you have two ways of doing this. One is you have an infinite horizon optimization problem. You have a infinitely lived representative agent who maximizes utility over an infinite horizon. Okay, there's that. Benassi only has consumption as an argument in the function. Now, this is quite notable because he calls this particular model Ricardian. And in the entire book, there is no work and employment in a Ricardian framework. This is quite startling, you would think, that it's a Ricardian, non-Ricardian framework with no work, with no employment, only consumption. So all I have done is I've introduced another element in the maximum. I've introduced work. So you have consumption choice and you have labor choice on the part of a representative individual. That's all I have done, but the repercussions are quite high. So you have maximizing utility over an infinite horizon, subject to this constraint. Now, this is exactly what you will see more or less in Benassi's book. The only difference is that production function is not there because he doesn't have production. So I've introduced production over there. And you might ask, let me dwell on this a moment. I've said maximizing consumption, but this looks like a firm budget constraint, but surely it's the firm that's paying the bank back. But like I said, it's best when you think in circuit terms to think of both of them doing it at the same time. It's as much a liability for the consumer and the worker as it is for the firm, because without this liability, there would be no employment, there would be no production. So it's the fact that both are paying back after deduction of the wage bill. The 1 plus is the deduction of the wage bill, and there's output that's produced and some amount that is consumed. So this is a budget constraint. You can call it a systemic budget constraint, a macro budget constraint, than just the constraint of the representative individual. So this is, one solves out for this. remember there are two choice variables. All right, now this is what he gets. He gets this first order condition, and this is important. The price level in this equation is indeterminate. You pick an interest rate, you pick an interest rate and you multiply both sides by anything, you get the same, you get a price level which cancels out. So the price level in this equation is indeterminate meaning that any multiple of the price level is immaterial once you choose the interest rate. A serious consequence of the fact that you only have one choice variable, but in our case we have two. There's no one first order condition. There's also another first order condition. This is the first order condition for, don't look at it too long, it's not terribly important. I have two equations now in two unknowns. The unknowns are the price level and the unknowns are the money wage. Two equations in two unknowns can be solved out, and we get a very Ricardian outcome, which is the real wage. That is more Ricardian than anything else. So the indeterminacy that he gets with just one vanishes when I have two equations. So that's a nice outcome of the fact that I've just introduced work into the story. The paradox is going to come up in a moment. He does not get price level indeterminacy here, and he also gets, the paradoxes are that he gets, maybe I'll come to it and describe it to you. My God, it's really long. Okay. Something is not coming here. All right. Okay, forget the top one. It looks frightening enough as it is. So the surprising thing that happens here is, yeah, I think I can begin to conclude now. He gets a negative sign for that. And he just waves his hand and says, this is what you would expect. So what he gets is when the interest rate goes up, the price level goes down. And he says that is what we should expect. His words exactly. I did not get that. I would have thought that maybe he is confusing the price level with the inflation rate. Heaven knows that the interest rate going up is what central banks the world over are doing. Why? To address the change in prices, the numerator price level, but the change in prices. So the inflation rate going up is used by central banks to address the inflation rate, not the price level. Whereas in this case, it would seem to me that this sign is all right, because you have a situation where you have central bank giving money at a price, you have price setters, you have wage setters, right? And if the interest rate is low, the price setting will be low because that's like something like a cost of production, cost from the point of view of the firm, and the wage rate will be low. So there's no reason why the 2, 3 should not go together. And this is important. And with this, I will just go to my last slide, because one of the elements in the discussion in recent times to deal with the peculiar concatenation of circumstances in America and elsewhere has been to, for the 3 agents that I described earlier, sitting at the table and deciding on low prices, low wages, lowering markups on both sides, and therefore lowering interest rates. With what used to be called incomes policies. When I was a student, we had, in the last chapter, we had monetary and fiscal policy. There was not much of coordination then. And then apologetically, somewhere you had something called incomes policies. And then the incomes policies went out of the window because of the fact that it went against the grain. In later editions of the standard textbooks, it went against the grain of thinking in market processes, because incomes policies means there are 2 or 3 important protagonists sit at the table and over a timetable say, now we are going to lower our prices, we are going to lower our wage demands, and the central bank in this case is one that will say, we will keep interest rates low to make life easy for you. So I would have thought that that is something that is not surprising. It's a more natural thing to think when you think of price level for this to be the result. That is because of the fact that I've introduced this aberration. And finally, I will conclude now, Ajit, because I've basically said what I've said. the liquidity effect is an increase in money supply, getting the interest rate down. All right. Now, how does he describe it? Some of you students will remember this. He described it in IS-LM terms. IS, LM, and the LM curve going rightward means liquidity. Money as supply has gone up. So what happens? You have more money, more activity, and a lower interest rate. That's the reason he gives. But the LM curve has been more or less jettisoned from macro, maybe even jettisoned from the textbooks. We don't have the LM curve anymore ever since it started misbehaving by bending backwards and then mimicking the IS curve in terms of its slope. So the LM curve is not respectable macro, and therefore I'm not surprised to get that particular mysterious. I don't know which way it will go in the model. So that's the liquidity effect does not seem to take place. So that's basically it. I will just conclude. There's much more, which timing has gone completely off. With the case being made here for incomes policies. In a competitive, and I also have a non-competitive setup that I've developed, degrees of monopoly of price setters and of wage setters. It all goes through all the macros. I also have conflict between, in this framework developed. It still is consistent with price setting behavior and conflict between workers and rentiers. Workers and capitalists, he calls them, but workers and rentiers. That also can be incorporated, and I've followed Benassi a great deal. But the policy effect is one at the end where the contrast with Benassi is at the end of the day, money is neutral. Manna from heaven, money is a veil. It does not matter. That's the big contrast. Whereas money is fundamental to the activity in my framework. It doesn't take place. There's no monetary injection by the authorities. All right. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Omkar and Roma. So now it's time for questions, comments. Yeah, Smita. Smita, then I recognize Sanjay Reddy. Any other hand?
Can
All right,
you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go ahead. I really enjoyed this session. I have I guess a question and a couple of remarks, because I think as we very productively move in through today and tomorrow, we are also trying to think as a group and with colleagues here at ADRI and to think of ways to overlap more, not just from our disciplines, but from our particular data sets, viewpoints, and so on. So in that spirit, a couple of questions and comments. One is with Omkar Nath's very interesting commentary on the four-sector model. And I was really happy that you dwelt on what were the productive, literally and otherwise, the productive aspects of Mahalanobis's model, which in a way were set aside, or the nuances set aside. It wasn't that people didn't appreciate the work. It was more that the seriousness with which one needed to understand the dynamism of the different parts of the model and were in a way not carried through in the workings of the plan as a kind of a political economy project, right? It was seen really on paper more than it was seen in kind of the construction of real planning processes. And I wondered if you could say something on how that transition to the Garibi Hatao, to the questions of a welfarist model, whether that got pushed back at all from the people who recognized this gap increasing, the gap not of poor, non-poor, but the gap of how productive assets and productivity and relative productivity and so on were not being recognized for the seriousness with which they needed to be recognized in the real economy, right? So if you could comment on that a little bit more, because I think it would be a very useful way to segue to the rest of the discussions. And one issue there is that even in his model, there was an anticipation, at least the way I have read it, that there are always going to be uneven aspects of human endeavor. And in a way, the incomes, the interest in leveling out the employment question is that there will still be these dynamics to consider, right? There will be different types of investment, productivity, individual abilities, and so on. So that nuance has really got lost in the high level plans and then the kind of regional level plans and so on. And I dare say, the question is, did the welfarist policies not only ignore this aspect, but also perhaps undermine it so severely because so many amnesties came after? So the forgiving of assets, as if assets were there to be given with no consequences and taken with no consequences, sort of thing. And this comes to the question for Roma, because I think he also, and this may have been by design in this panel, but he also raises this very important question of how you identify productive assets and kind of the seriousness in macro, which a lot of microeconomists tend to get frustrated with, is that there doesn't seem to be a connection to the real economy, right? Which firms, what types of firms, how would you know if something were productive? And so if you could elaborate this a little more, because I think this question of the throwing away of the incomes policy in the textbook, I think it happened also for a reason, which is that there was some understanding that the productive sectors identification issue in economics was becoming too snarly, and people wanted to pretend it wasn't there. So I'm sorry I took some time, but I thought it would be useful because you
No, that's
both
good.
made-
That's good. No, not complaining at all. Sanjay.
Thank you. So I have one question for each. First, for Professor Omkarnath. It's a brilliant presentation. I have many questions I'd like to ask you and discuss later. But I want to focus on one point. You said that the failure of the Mahalanobis model that you diagnosed was political and not conceptual. I think you said that immediately after you described how the four-sector model became effectively a two-sector model. And I wonder whether that is correct, whether it's not also a conceptual failure. For the reason that it seems to me that in the first decades after independence, certainly in the first decade, and this has been the subject of much discussion, of course, subsequently, the flourishing of the third sector, as you described it, traditional handicrafts, for instance, and activities generally, was associated with the Gandhian point of view, which was in turn seen as localistic, involving the village republics and self-reliance and so on. Because Gandhi had no vision of the locality producing for the market, for the region, for the nation, and for the globe, right? Whereas it seems to me that what you are describing is very much in line with my own call for a democratized market economy, I believe, is for a form of empowerment of the ordinary producer slash worker slash citizen in a manner that allows that individual or that, and therefore also the community in which that individual is grounded, to take advantage of the opportunities that could be available of supplying to those other spheres, larger spheres, not only the village, but the state, the region, country, world. This has come home to me many years ago when I first discovered a shop called Italy. Some of you will know it, which is a high-end Italian artisanal food products purveyor in Italy, in Europe generally, in America, which is associated loosely with the slow food movement, Carlo Petri and so on. And what they attempt to do, I mean, it's an ordinary, of course, company, but they also have a social mission. And what they attempt to do by way of the social mission is to enable producers of small artisanal products in Italy to reach the market in the most remunerative way, nationally and globally. And they succeed in that. And it is that failure, the failure to conceptualize that orientation as being valid, both within the, so to speak, Nehruvian and Gandhian perspectives, which remains to this day, right? I would suggest, which is the conceptual failure at the beginning. And if we were to translate it to today and turn your historical investigation into a future-oriented one and ask what is needed in the next few decades, I would say it is precisely that kind of empowerment, which doesn't disparage the small, but unites the small with the modern and unites the traditional with the modern. So that, for example, all of the reservoir of traditional skills, such as it is, that remains, is empowered through being united with various forms of not only modern technology, but marketing, which is what Italy is about. That's just an example. I don't want you to focus on that example, but it's an example of what is not being done and could be done. So could you comment on that, is the question. And I quite agree with your description, just by way of a brief ending comment, of what wonderful and important phrase you used: India degenerated into an impossible welfare state. I think the significance of your lecture is that you have boldly, I'd say somewhat courageously, offered a contrasting view to the standard celebration of that welfare state, which is built, I think, on a certain degree of economic illiteracy. My question to Romer concerns the silence that you diagnosed about the effects of the narrow banking proposals on the likely level of generation and availability of credit. I might have missed it, but I didn't fully understand whether you were able to offer a resolution to that through your own conceptual framework or way of thinking. Because as I understand it, what you have said, and this was also my perception earlier, is that narrow banking purchases financial stability at the cost of a severe contraction of credit, and therefore also the elimination of the developmental role of credit, which is an enormous cost for any developing country, but actually any country in the whole world. I don't know if in the literature there's been any attempt to diagnose what kind of a contraction that would be, what magnitude, what severe effects it would have, but it seems to me it's fairly obvious that they would be severe. So if the notion is just that the supply of loanable funds and the demand for loanable funds would be determined by some type of subjective intertemporal preference and expectational considerations on the part of investors, without offering a sanguine view of that, without recognizing the severity of the contraction, that seems like a reason immediately to reject narrow banking and just to accept we live in a second best world or a third best world. So if you could comment on that, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thanks, Sanjay. Prem.
Yeah, I have a question for Roma. I'm not an economist and I'm afraid I don't react very well to equations. So I probably missed a lot of the technicalities of your argument. But how do you, when you're talking about money, how do you account for speculation? Given that speculation has been able to leverage digital technologies to exponentially increase its volume and its share in the system overall, to the point that it might develop its own self-referential logic. So for example, in international currency exchanges in 1980, about 80% of the exchanges were tied to the real world economy of moving people, goods and services, and only 20% or less was speculation. Now the share of speculation is over 90%. or you have corporate decisions today on how to deploy money affected, determined more by how they think it will affect the share price than how it will increase productivity. So is perhaps like Bernard Lietaer has suggested, the direction to move in is to encourage more local currencies rather than to centralize currency.
Sir, I have a question. So this is for Professor Omkar Nath. I'm Manish. So the break in policy making from 50s to 60s, I'm talking about from Nehru to Indira Gandhi, there is a clear break in late 60s when Indira Gandhi assumes power. That is what was the primary reason for that break in policy making? Nehru is often considered to be a liberal socialist. Indira Gandhi is often blamed to be a hardcore liberalist or radical socialist. So what was that? The internal politics of Congress, which we know, the syndicate and all that things. But less focus has been the opposition politics in the first 2 decades after independence. JP and all those people, what were they doing in the 50s and the 60s? The Kisan movements and all those things. Was he also responding to that? And third, something which I have not, it's just out of my personal imagination and reading of American history. In the 1960s, mid 60s, Lyndon Johnson assumed power in America. He brings about a lot of civil rights reforms. Then era of big government begins in America in the mid 60s. So did that in any way influence the policymakers of those times or the people who were advising Indira Gandhi around those times? This is the first question. Secondly, and a very short one. Most of the time we often talk about crisis of jobs in the country. That's a well-recognized fact that we are not creating as many good productive jobs as we should be, given the increasing the labor force. Is Indira Gandhi to be blamed, partially or wholly? The kind of reservation policies he brought about in small scale industries and all those things in the 70s and 80s, for this. If not wholly, then partially itself. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Aviral from AN Sinha Institute. I just listening Omkar Nath sir, but he actually discussed till 1980s situation. I was expecting more about the post Niti Aayog situation, what India is facing in recent time. Second, sir, that Bihar, if you because you were talking about the 4-sector model, but in fact in Bihar we can see there is 3-sector model, that Mati, Manus, and the heritage, that is Bihar model of growth. Even in given situation, are you satisfied with the performance of the growth which Bihar is actually experiencing? And do you think that the government's approach and the model that government is using in case of Bihar is going to change the socio-economic situation of the population? Because this time they are also focusing about the census, which where they are collecting information on the socio-economic issues. Third, that we are because I was just reading the concept note. There are 3 things which you have covered. One, the climate change. Second, the AI technique, and the poverty. So we have if we divide the development models, we have Buddhist model of development where Michael Schumacher has done a very good literature that small is beautiful, and we have the Gandhian model, and third we have the other development model. So do you think that we should also concentrate on the Buddhist model where the climate change issue can be sorted out in a more effective way? Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think we have very little time for the answers, so try be brief. Go ahead, Omkar.
Thanks for the responses. As Ajit said, they call for fairly longish discussion, but I'll try and be brief and perhaps follow it up over the next 1.5 days, etc. In the sidelines of the workshop. In detail, I'm not able to deal with right away. Basically, Smita's issue yes, you're right that it is implementation of a plan. I mean, it's one thing to write a plan model, which is very elegant and very consistent internally, logical, everything, but it's another thing to see it through implementation. So in implementation, it's a political economy project. There's no doubt about it. And as you rightly said, what is important is the real economy. Today, when you look at television discussions on the Indian economy, it's not the real economy. All the experts are from Bombay stock markets and investment bankers and so on. They have everything to say about Indian economy except the real economy. There's no discussion of production, technology, jobs, etc. There's everything on finance, balance of payments, rupee, all those indicators and so on and so forth. And now your specific question about why didn't the policymakers of the time didn't really recognize this growing gap and so on. Of course, there were always some economists who saw the problem through, but they didn't have the voice. And by 80s, the whole thing got hijacked, as it were. Apart from other macroeconomic, vicissitudes, you always have something. There's a war or a tension, there's a foreign, balance of payments crisis or a deficit, there's various concerns and so on. So, but the core real economy problem to which you and I seem to agree on was lost sight of. And by mid 80s, I think the entire, the 80s is the beginning of what's broadly called the Washington consensus, as against the development consensus of the 1950s and 40s, right? So the international agencies had hijacked, as it were. They started extolling India's anti-poverty strategies, the slogans. The World Bank aid was coming forth through the soft windows and so on. So there was an international climate, intellectual as well as financial climate, which would support these poverty alleviation programs, which actually suited the politicians themselves, because it would get them votes, as it were. So their main business is how to get votes for the next election and so on. So broadly speaking, it's not as if, and within the professional economics, the opinion was sharply divided. For example, there was an economist called Professor Dantwala, Bombay University, and Professor Rath from Pune. So they had diametrically opposite arguments about whether these IRDP or National Employment Program, wage employment should continue or not, their contribution. And one, Ashok Rudra, had this interesting result from one of his numerous village studies, demonstrating that suppose there is some rural employment program in a village which is completely honestly, no loopholes, no leakages, completely well implemented, but still in that case, in that ideal case, the benefits would go to whom? It is the rich farmer. So that would tend to, so in the best of the scenarios, the end result would be to exasperate inequality rather than mollify the inequalities. So I'll stop there. And then Sanjay's this thing, whether there was a deficit of conceptualization apart from, that's I think the main point that he was raising. I suppose, you see, one should look at this question of Gandhian versus what happened under Mahalanobis and plans, is to locate also the point at which commercialization of the rural economy became a big phenomenon. To my mind, late 70s and 80s were the turning point in terms of a new phase, a new vigor of commercialization of the rural economy. And this is something which is missed by people who studied, including Marxists, in the mode of production debate and so on. Basically, what happened is the existing models of whatever capitalist development did not take into account the role played by agrarian surpluses, by which 70s, Green Revolution surpluses became a phenomenon. And the forms in which their accumulation would take would actually break the barriers between sectors, between spatial, rural, urban, agriculture, non-agriculture, right? Market, non-market, etc. So commercialization became such a big phenomenon, but a commercialization which would not necessarily lead to capitalism, right? That became a phenomenon, and that I think broke these ideas of Gandhian, attempt to preserve these, cottage industries and so on. Then the impossible welfare state idea. I think, it's not my case at all to say that, look, the state should not have subsidies. Obviously, every civilized state should have subsidies. The question is whether subsidies are, for example, in the early 60s and 70s, we had what were called target group programs. Social, economic programs helping small farmers only, backward areas only, craftsmen only, priority sector lending to small farmers, etc. You need subsidies, just like you need to view controls dynamically, as a dynamic rules rather than a fixed set of rules. You also need to look at subsidies in a dynamic way. When do you need subsidies? How much for which group? And do you get, permanent? But what really happened in the macroeconomic context is an institutionalization of poverty alleviationism, which I thought is dangerous. That is the point I was driving. Manish question about Indira Gandhi responded. Yeah, I think Indira Gandhi's decision about bank nationalization, about Garibi Hatao, were not necessarily ingrained into her socialist users. I think all her decisions and acts were guided by her immediate political pressures, how to win an election, how to, preserve her position of power in a situation where Congress party itself was going through a lot of traumatic changes, power struggle, and, the emergency, the aftermath, the lack of an alternative government, and then the same Indira Gandhi, which was thrown out after 75, would return with a thumping majority in 81, I suppose, and so on. So what I'm saying is, she was led primarily by her own immediate political exigencies rather than by any vision. Now, compare that situation with the situation today. If today, banks nationalization has become a dirty word, and you're going back again, it's a 180-degree movement in terms of privatizing or nationalizing insurance and banking industry, in terms of privatizing public sector industries, including the Congress party itself, which started reforms, would not wink an eyelid talking about this thing. The same Indian National Congress, which engineered whatever kind of brand of socialism we had, they would not hesitate twice to now argue exactly the opposite. Yes, we agree. We don't need public sector. Yes, we agree. We need to privatize banks. We need to agree. We need to privatize public sector enterprises, especially the ones which are doing very well, performing well. The Navaratna companies were first put up for sale rather than the sick units. Okay. So, Niti Aayog, what happened? I think one significant, and it's for you to decide whether it is a constructive thing. Right now, what is happening after the Niti Aayog is that even the little bit of, let alone not only incorporating advice coming from saner academic independent thinkers, ideas into policy making, not even the technocrats within bureaucracy are now respected. They are, they're no longer respected. Their views are no longer sought, let alone taken seriously. What is really happening is whatever work that the economic ministries and the planning, whatever, the Niti Aayog, etc., are outsourced. All ideas or schemes or plans are now subcontracted to an outside party, so that the task of even a technocrat, an econocrat, if you like, of the government of India, whose job would be strictly to implement and monitor, not to ask questions, not to negotiate with, because these are supposed to be opinions and proposals coming from an independent agency, who is a consultant to the government of India. This become a rampant phenomena. In fact, the 12th five-year plan model of the 12th five-year plan was not devised in the four walls of the Yojana Bhavan, the then Yojana Bhavan. They came in modules from various corporate consultancy and international agencies. Well, Buddhist, etc., these are all overarching philosophical views of how much you value, consumption, how much you, these cannot be, you can always talk about the meaning and philosophy of development, etc. For example, just one example, I'll stop there. Long before Amartya Sen came up with this capabilities revolution and so on, Arthur Lewis had this little book called Theory of Economic Growth, 65. And tucked away in an appendix titled is Economic Growth Desirable? Very eloquently, repositions actually a Smithian proposition, saying that development is to be seen as the enlargement of human freedom rather than, strictly in terms of physical growth. So these ideas have always been there. You can go back to these ideas, that you can collect them. They'll probably inform a global view, a universal view, if you like, of the philosophy of development. What is development? What is growth? As Ajit also mentioned, people today perhaps value. I think some time ago, there was a survey among workers' unions in France, and they preferred a 4-day week to higher wage incomes. They didn't mind losing money income, but they valued 3-day, 4-day week rather than 5-day or a 6-day week. So these perceptions vary. They always land, so they never become irrelevant. It's a question of how you appropriate these views of Smith, Buddha, or anybody, Gandhi, anybody, to the dynamic, the temporal context, to the specific historical context. Thank you.
Thanks, Omkar. So, Roma, could you do it in 5 minutes?
Less than 5. Thanks for all 3 comments. It turns out that all of them are connected to the idea of firewalls or Chinese walls. So let me elaborate. Smita, we know that banks have glossed into financial intermediaries. There's no distinction now between banks and financial intermediaries. They do everything under the sun. They are universal banks, as we call it. The idea is now to cordon off the banking business. So the idea of the monetary circuit is one where the central bank advances money to banks. CBDM in my framework are advanced to banks, not to financial intermediaries, for well-defined purposes. Now, even if banks would be induced to lend for one thing or the other, they would now be subject to the kind of advances of the central bank for projects that have been decided upon already. On a private note, I might mention that as a footnote, I have been wondering about where these projects would come from. So I have been looking at mechanism design as a way of distinguishing the true green ones from the usurpers, the ones who are pretending to be green. That's something that I'm currently. So it's banks and not financial intermediaries. Now, Prem, both might speculate. Speculation can be stabilizing, it can be destabilizing. Banks will speculate, financial intermediaries will speculate. Some outcome, what is speculation after all, is expectation of some future value of variable. It may or may not turn out to be true for both banks and financial intermediaries. But with financial intermediaries, the chances are higher that speculation assumes a life of its own. So beyond a certain point, it's it has an internal dynamic. And then you can clearly say, well, now it's gone beyond being grounded in anything like the characteristics of the asset underlying it, which is not likely to happen with the nature of banking and lending, because there'll be monitoring, there'll be auditing and so on, which there typically is not, or it's more porous with financial intermediaries. So speculation is stabilizing and destabilizing, both will speculate. So that's one thing that I think I've dealt with. Yes. Sanjay, the narrow banks, the word used interchangeably is stability, all right, for narrow banks and 100%. What is ultra stable? What is state of ultra stability? Death, or at least deep sleep. So you are stable and there's nothing happening, no activity taking place, but your system will not crash because nobody is buying, selling, producing, speculating, investing. So the idea is stability of the mint. Keep money intact. So when the world comes to an end, at least one word is deleted from your lexicon. It's liquidity. It's there with the central bank of the country. Now, what happens on the other side of the firewall is exactly what my paper was on. That's central bank digital money. This is central bank. What is safe is central bank digital currency. And money, as the story goes, central banks through vetted projects, commercial banks, and so on, employing people, a la the monetary circuit, that takes care of the activity part. That's the case I was trying to make. And not like many would say, we don't care. As long as we are stable, you don't burn us down, as Dean Baker would say. We don't care what happens, that's what markets do. But you're not going to burn down the rest of the monetary system. But I don't believe that is the correct. If we should be concerned, the central bank, the Federal Reserve should be as concerned as anybody else with employment and output and so on, not just inflation obsession. And that's what CBDM was all about. Central bank digital money. Therefore, money is bank money, not financial intermediary money. I'm sorry, bank money, which would wind itself through the system.
Well, thanks everyone. And now we break for lunch. And since we are running about 15 minutes late, let's have a 45 minutes lunch and get back to time. Thank you. We are reassembling here at 2:30.
अब क्या नहीं भाई हम लोग के पास काला वाला देखते हैं मान के लायक आईटी वाला
Plugging in your own laptop.
if anyone at the back of the room wants to just step out and call folks in, we'll start the next session in just a minute.
Please.
Five minutes or let's start. Yeah. So we're about to start the next session. I request all the participants to be seated. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the post-lunch session. So for the next technical session on our agenda, we have with us Dr. Smita Srinivas, who is a researcher specialist of the Innovation and Industrial Policy Technological Change Lab. So thank you, ma'am, for accepting to be the chair for the session. And we have two speakers for this technical session. Dr. Prem Chandravarkar, Managing Partner, C&T Architects, Bengaluru, and Dr. Champak Rajagopal, who is the Founder Director, the Entrepreneurship and Partnership Lab, Bengaluru. Strangely, we have both from Bangalore. So, yeah, all three of you. I am also. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This session and the ones that follow are really quite critical for opening up a discussion about great practicalities that are affecting the development trajectory over the next few decades. And instead of sort of a more abstract conversation, I'm absolutely delighted to have both Prem Chandravarkar and Champaka Rajagopal, who have a huge amount of experience in navigating the great practicalities of development. And the added bonus and the opportunity to thank ADRI for doing this is that they are both practitioners with great interests in theory. So they are not coming at this at just engagement in the real world. They are also thinking about the kinds of concepts and issues that have to be conveyed. So we know the drill, 30 minutes each, and I'll waive a 5-minute before marker. So Prem, you're up.
Thank you, Adri, for inviting me and also listing me in the program as having a doctorate that I never acquired. Yeah. So I'm going to be speaking on imagining the city in India's urban century. And I call it our urban century because for the first time in our history, we are projected to reach more than 50% of the population in cities. This is from The Economist, but there are sources from the government also. The prediction might be off by a few years because of COVID, but this is where we are heading. And the problem is you never imagine the city. We tend to locate the culture of India in her villages. And the city is seen just as a technical entity. So we frame building codes, like this is taken from Bangalore's urban building bylaws. And we frame building codes where what you can build is just derived from a mathematical formula of what the road width is, what the site size is, what the zoning is. And the idea of the neighborhood having a specific history, a topography, a quality of life, which should be the basis of developing cities, is just not there. So as a result, we think nothing of taking an elevated metro line down the heart of the historic core of the city, as has happened in MG Road in Bangalore. Now, when I talk about imagining the city, I tend to get a pushback, and people say, you're asking an academic question. You know, we need to create jobs, we need to create housing, we need to solve problems of traffic and water and power and disorder and congestion. And we can get to your question once you've solved these problems. But it's actually a fundamental problem because, and I think there's a passage in this book by Robert Neuwirth where he studies slums across the world by actually living in them. And when he's studying Dharavi in Mumbai, he's interviewed by a news reporter who asks him this question: do slums constitute a city within the city? And he thinks about it that on the face of it, it sounds like such a reasonable question. But actually 55% of the population of Mumbai live in slums and other forms of informal housing. And it's actually the wealthy who live in small enclaves. Yet it's the city of the wealthy, which, which is called the city, and the slums are seen as a deviation which has to fit as the city within the city. So what we have created is a paradigm of imagining the city, of making the city. We're not really imagining, where 30 to 50% of the population fall below the threshold of affordability to locate themselves officially on the legal planning paradigm. And they're forced to live outside the plan in slums, unregulated layouts and buildings. And it's affecting the middle class too. It's not just the urban poor. The middle class goes into these unregulated spaces or spaces that predate planning. And this is what we see as a reality. You can observe it with your eyes in any Indian city. So therefore, they're dislocated and criminalized by the very notion of an urban land use plan, which is the core of urban planning. And they're rendered vulnerable to dispossession. How do they survive? One is the stock that predates master planning, but it's also because master planning is weak, both in ideation and implementation, and that grants them the space for informal modes of tenure and operation outside the space of master planning. But we're on a collision course. Globalization has ended a historical discontinuity that existed before. Just after independence, we had 2 centuries of history which we didn't acknowledge as our own. So the development discourse was in a sort of state of suspension in time between the memory of a glorious but distant past and an anticipated technological future. And that continued for some time, but after globalization, after the 1990s, the liberalization of the Indian economy and suddenly the software industry, the biotechnology industry, the garment industry were anchored in global production. The Indian city was part of the global scenario. And then people started feeling that we didn't have to wait for modernity, it had arrived. And so therefore there is this push to extend the reach of master planning, but we are doing this in India's urban century without altering the basic dysfunction in the paradigm. And we're going to get an increasing contestation over urban space that will become more and more violent, where the hitherto unrecognized see assertive vigilante action backed by tacit political patronage as a primary means of recognition. So we're already seeing this happening. So how we imagine the city will determine whether we sink or swim in our urban century. So I'm going to talk about 3 key dimensions for imagining the city. Imagining the humanist city rather than the technical city. Because we don't imagine the city, we don't imagine how it should be governed, and the right to the city. So to start with the humanist city, and I'll pick as a way of getting the point across this set of essays collected by Richard Sennett, who says that although cities have existed from time immemorial, the study of urbanism as a special condition is actually very recent. You can say that it's still in a state of childhood in that. And it only happened in the late 19th, early 20th century, which is a period these essays are collected from. And it was the first attempt to visualize what urbanism as a condition was. And a key point, a thread that runs across these is that the city is a complex and contested realm that offers freedom through its anonymity. In the village, you're always under the gaze of tradition and your behavior is constrained. The anonymity of the city gives you freedom. So you have George Simmel, who talks about a new breed called the urban monk, the person who can sort of introspectively retreat into the self to therefore think creatively and innovatively without the intrusion of others into the reflective space. Or this wonderful formulation by Robert Park, who says that the role of the city is to foreground the moral range of deviant behavior. And he said this in 1916. So the city's vibrancy comes through its diversity rather than any social consensus or contract. And that is why the cities have always been creative spaces. So even though we have a minority living in cities, we have a major portion of the GDP produced there. But and that idea of sanitation and purity has affected urban planning ever since. So a lot of planning paradigms the world over look at single-use zoning, although cities have never evolved through history on that basis. And we don't look at the fact that there is actually a relationship between space and time. This is something physicists take for granted, but we don't look at it in terms of cities. And Doreen Massey, the geographer, talks about 3 distortions of this. One is when spaces are seen as devoid of time. And she sees, she gives us an example, the army of Cortez poised to invade the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan. And to Cortez, the space of the city is seen as devoid of history and therefore just marks on a surface that can be appropriated. That's the way you see politics looking at, the way it takes over large sections of the city and demolishes informal zones for urban renewal projects. The other is spaces differentiated by time. And you talk about, and she gives us an example, WTO and GATT, where there's attempt to create a uniform world order. And if someone says, no, Mozambique and Mali need a different system, the answer is no, they're just behind in time, they'll catch up. And that is largely how the formal city views the informal city. And the other spaces fixed in time, which we saw in some of the revivalist architecture that came up just post-independence, saying that the meaning of a space is always fixed. And curiously, this seems to be an approach taken by fundamentalism on one hand, but it's also the approach taken by architects and urban planners. To talk about how people survive in a city, I think the writings of Michel Dicerto, who are in the practice of everyday life, he said there are 2 ways, which he called strategies and tactics. And strategies are the practice of those in power. It's based on notions of space, and it posits a set of proper places, either spatial or institutional, that claim to represent political, economic, and scientific rationalities as the natural order of the city. Tactics are the art of the weak, and the way of operating without a proper place and therefore depend on time. So they depend, thank you, on seized opportunities, cleverly chosen movements and incursions into space, the rapidity of movements that can change the organization of a space, and their counter practices to officially sanctioned urbanism. And if you look at the Indian city, it operates largely through tactics. In fact, if you see photographs of the city, the tactics will be in the foreground, and the space, the time-based incursions will be in the foreground, the spaces of the city, the buildings, etc., in the background. So you see it in the peddler, you see it in the small trading places or workshops. You see it in a lot of shops, the informal city, businesses operating out of a space of less than 10 cubic meters, or the upper right-hand picture where a projection of a plinth by 60 centimeters is seen as sufficient space to operate a business. You see it in the beggar. Then you see it in mass mobilizations like the procession. And then you start getting into the borders of violent incursions. So you see it in the Hartal, the Bandh, and the riot. Now there's a belief that people would come together with new technologies, social media, etc. But as Seeley Brown and Duguid show it, there's a difference between networks of practice and communities of practice. And networks are created for a functional purpose. Communities evolve out of a shared geography. Networks, members have a primary life outside the network. Communities, members use the community to build a primary life. There is an end goal in sight versus no end goal in sight, open-ended cultural memory. One is rapid and erratic, one is slow and rhythmic. One can function in digital or hostile space, the other needs sheltered physical space to develop. One is vulnerable to distraction and one is resistant to distraction. So this is why I see the hope of movements like Arab Spring and all that never materialized in the long term. And to create these communities, you need to revive an urban concept that the sociologist Ray Oldenburg called the third place. That everyone has a first place of home and a second place of work. But you need a third place where you go to build community. And Oldenburg says this happens in the coffee shops and bookshops and pubs and taverns and community halls and churches where people went there. And we've had the equivalent in India in words like adda and katte. In fact, the Kannada word is interesting. The full word is somberi katte, which means a platform for lazy people. Seeing a virtue in a certain form of idleness, of just stopping what you're doing the rest of city life, just to connect with your fellow citizens, develop a sense of camaraderie through that. So they're based on serendipity plus recognition. You go there expecting to recognize others, expecting to be recognized yourself. They're egalitarian and slow, so they have to be affordable. They can't have high price thresholds. But these places are on the decline because they're threatened by globalization in the metropolitan city, where they cannot compete with large chains who can hedge their risk across multiple geographies and currencies. So they're getting outpriced by these global chains. And they need and these chains do not permit slowness or they entail price levels that make them less egalitarian. So your India coffee house is now outpriced by a cafe coffee day or a Starbucks, but now you have to pay 150 rupees for a cup of coffee, and there are not many people who can do that. So you can linger in a cafe coffee day, but only at that price. So this needs to be protected by policy, by planning policy, if we want to recover the humanist city. What about governance? And here one has to recognize, as Ananya Roy pointed out, that informality, and we tend to equate only with the poor, but it's also the province of the elite, that a lot of our land markets, our land transactions are also informal. And it's because informality exists at both these levels that the Indian city cannot govern itself. And the poor are vulnerable to erasure, and the informality of the elite is protected by opacity. It needs to be eliminated by transparency. But the problem is we've never looked at governance in the city, and this has a constitutional history because when we wrote our constitution, there were two schools. I mean, we really should have looked at all these three levels of governance. But there were two schools of thought. One associated with Gandhi, which said the local is the foundational building block. And the other associated with Ambedkar, who said the local is distorted by caste exploitation, and therefore you need strong central control. So the compromise was to actually recognize only two levels in the constitution, and local was not recognized. And the directive principles of state policy instructed state governments to set up and enable local governments. Except this never happened. You had all these conditions, including long-term suspensions. Like the municipality of Chennai remained in a state of suspension for 13 years. So they realized, and state governments were interfering. So therefore we got the 73rd and the 74th amendments, which gave constitutional recognition to local government, one for the rural areas, one for the cities. And these were the intentions to not only make them, in fact, this is a phrase used in a text that introduced the agreement, saying they should perform effectively as vibrant democratic units of self-government. Now they've been granted constitutional recognition and protection against dissolution. That's one bit that has worked to a large extent. But the problem was that the amendment set broad guidelines and the states were directed to frame detailed rules for implementation. And given these amendments came about because of excessive state government interference, that's a bit like asking the fox to write the rules for the chicken coop. So what has happened is effectively the status quo has been preserved. And that's because of fragmentation of governance and takeover by parastatals, that is autonomous bodies that report to the state government rather than the municipality. So just to give an example of Bangalore, planning is by the Bangalore Development Authority, which reports to the state, not to the municipality. Power has another parastatal. Water has another. Mass transit is fractured into two. Law and order comes directly under the Home Ministry of the state government. And some constitutional requirements are just ignored. The Metropolitan Planning Committee was constituted only in 2014, more than 20 years after the amendment was passed. This is supposed to offer democratic oversight of the planning process. It's still not taken over the planning process. It's still delegating it to the BDA. And given the amendment is supposed to prevent state government interference, this committee is being chaired by the chief minister, the way it is set up, which is not expressly prohibited in the amendment, but it's against the spirit of what the amendment is supposed to do. Ward committees and rules, again, which were required, came about only in 2017, and not because the government wanted to do it, but because there was a PIL on solid waste management, and it came about in the court proceedings that solid waste management is most effectively done when decentralized, and therefore should be done at the ward level. And therefore the government was forced to set up the ward committee rules. But even that has not started effectively functioning. So you don't really have a local governance system operating. And you need this decentralization because it gives citizen access. It's a level at which transparency and accountability can most easily be implemented. And many functions are more effective when decentralized. So the way it should work is the principle of subsidiarity, which says the lowest level should do the maximum possible, and what it cannot do, it delegates upwards. Whereas we have this excessive top-down delegation model that prevails. And finally, the right to the city. We don't see this extent of derecognition that happens in the city because we don't imagine the city as a space of rights. And why have we not done that? It's because of the history of human rights. If you're at a stage of childhood in urban planning, we're even earlier in human rights. Rights actually were conceptually defined as universal only in 1948 with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Before that, there was selective application. So you got situations like European countries which had strong rights regimes at home, but were colonizing overseas. And it was recognized that two kinds of rights, like the right to speech, which is a negative right. All you need is other people shouldn't do anything. But there are positive rights like a right to healthcare where you need other people to do something. So there were two further covenants that were developed to add to the UDHR. And that took another 28 years. It was achieved only in 1976. So the process is still far from complete. Now, rights remain abstract without a spatial entity that implements them. And this is seen as the Westphalian nation state. Nancy Fraser, in her book Scales of Justice, said that there are two notions in which the word scale can be applied to justice. One is the traditional scale held by Lady Justice, but there are also scales of space which implement rights. Her concern is in this book is between the global and the national, that there are global patterns of injustice that need to be addressed and which can't be addressed under the current regime of rights, which only looks at the nation state. But I would like to look at the lower scale of between the nation and the city. And what you need to realize is that there's a what of rights, which is a concept of justice, a constitutional foundation, a body of law, a due process of law. But there's also where, which is the body that implements them. So you need to be recognized in that space that implements rights, which so far is identified as a citizen in the nation state. And you need access to the means of a decent life, and you need voice at the level of daily life. So looking at the nation state where rights are defined and the city where you have to negotiate rights on a daily basis, recognition is fairly stable at the nation state level, and it's held stable by immigration protocol. At the city, it's non-existent unless stabilized by formal property rights or specific welfare schemes, which really means non-existent because, as I said, 50% of the population falls below the threshold of affordability of a land use plan, and we don't have a welfare state worth speaking of. Access is not possible at the level of everyday life in the nation state, and possible at the level of the city, but unevenly implemented. Voice at the national level is sporadic at elections, but disconnected from daily life. Possible at the city, but unevenly implemented. So you have this paradox of where citizen recognition is stable, access and voice are problematic. And where access and voice are resolvable, it doesn't happen because recognition is problematic. So you cannot transfer this, you can't solve the problem by just transferring the national notion of citizenship to the city, because at the nation state, it's held stable by immigration. The city thrives on migration, mobility, and anonymity. So it'll lead to a surveillance state that suppresses the natural creativity of the city. So you need an inclusive politics of recognition embedded into the daily routines of inhabitation. Now, the right to the city, as David Harvey has pointed out, requires a recognition of two kinds of rights. One is a traditional notion that he calls reformist rights, which is the right to urban services, what the city should offer you. And that has a defined citizen. I mean, you can say the citizen needs so many liters of water per day, for example. And you need to do it through political, economic management. So you need to design a governance system to do this. But he says there are also radical rights because the city is a creative space where you remake yourself. So you have the right to develop the self in the city. And that has an evolving citizen. And that has to see how you can get the citizens to interact, associate, and this develops through dialogue. And this requires creating sanctuary in an active public realm. So key dimensions for the spatialization of rights are you need recognition, which is tied to scale, and therefore you need decentralization and subsidiarity and a balanced hierarchy across the levels. You need freedom, which to give this freedom, you need to maximize space that is public, ungated, and civic. And we have to realize that civic space and public space are not necessarily the same. Civic is where you allow the associations that the city encourages. You need to minimize space that's gated and large scale. And you need a variegated spatial view of places of different size. You can't have too many large parcels dominating. And you need the possibility of emergence, new forms of association and creativity, which happens best at a pedestrian scale. People can't interact when they're zipping around in cars. And they need to encode their memory into the space. So that means we need to create the third places that Ray Oldenburg talks about. And you need to reify this in the form of a broad-based art and culture. So you have to view the city as a cultural space and not just as a technical space. If the city has survived through informal processes, do we need to formalize the informal? You know, the Lewis model, bring people from the informal sector into the formal sector, and that's how you develop. I'll cite a paper, an old paper from the 60s by Charles Stokes, where he called a theory of slums. And he comes up with this matrix. On the one hand, it says escalator, which means there are no barriers to class mobility up the hierarchy, or there are barriers such as caste and race which stop you. But he also says there are slums of hope and slums of despair. And he says this attitude is more important than the material condition of the slum. And therefore you need a separate theory for each cell in the matrix. And what's interesting is the examples he gives, the slums of despair, which slums is not the right word. I mean, in the US, you'd call them projects. In Paris, you'll call them the banlieue. They're properly built structures, but they are ghettos in the way that slums are. And the slums of despair tend to be in the developed West. The slums of hope, he points out, are largely in South Asia and Latin America. So where there is excessive formalization, and if you're marginalized and you have no scope, then you tend to sink into despair. And that turns that space into a non-escalator space over time. So you need to allow a certain degree of informality in the system. So you have to shift the basis to recognition and rights, and you need to develop a spatial bill of rights. And I take inspiration from the Sri Lankan architect Madhura Prematilake, who has derived what he calls a spatial bill of rights for the users of the architecture, which he keeps in mind when he designs. So perhaps we need something at this level for the users of cities, work on a spatial bill of rights. And the overarching right is to be recognized within urban space. And you need, as Harvey pointed out, the traditional notion of reformist rights, but you also need radical rights. And I won't go through this list, and this is just something I came up with off the top of my head. So I'm not saying that this is a good list or a conclusive list, but I'm just saying that we need to start thinking that way. So I'd like to end with a statement of David Harvey, where he says that the right to the city is not just a right to the urban services, it's also a right to change and reinvent the city more after our heart's desire. And it's a collective rather than an individual right. And this freedom to make and remake ourselves and our cities is, I want to argue, one of the most precious yet most neglected of our human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Prem. I hope all of you are noting down the questions you want to ask our speakers. I'd like to invite Champaka Rajgopal to speak next. And
thank you, Smita. Thank you, Adri. And thank you, Ajit, for having me here. It's a real pleasure. I'm sure there are several overlaps in Prem's, what Prem shared with all of us. And also, I hope I'll open up some of the questions that he's raised as well. When I spoke with Ajit, he suggested that I speak on smart cities. And it is such an important subject because it is a governance model that has become all pervasive almost. And not many of us really understand what smart cities and the governance concept behind smart cities is. So I thought it's a great opportunity to actually open this up, not necessarily just within the lens of the idea of smart cities mission that the national government has launched as a nationally sponsored scheme, but more the concept of smart governance as such. The dominant critique on smart cities or the smart forms of governance is that these are company-driven development and governance models. They're gated entities, they're gated clubs. This is the broader sort of a critique which stems from scholars who have examined the macro level of policy frameworks within the space of smartness have argued that smart cities form a sort of a gated enclaves, and which precludes political accountability, which precludes, which is sort of exclusionary in its connotations. And when I started to, since I'm a practitioner, I work very much on the field. I also had many prejudices about the smart cities mission in terms of how it's got implemented, but actually the field reveals very different findings, and that's what I hope to share with all of you. And through this field-based experience, I want to test the question about smart cities, the idea of smart cities as a gated enclave, and that's what this discussion today is about. In order for us to appreciate the questions around or the contestations around smart cities as a concept, we need to go back in history a little bit to understand the evolution of the urban planning practice in India. So I'll situate ourselves a little bit, in the context of rigidity and how there's been an impetus to move towards flexibility in urban policy. So in the endeavor to institutionalize new models of development, which are adaptive, there's a great level of focus on mission-led development, which is, and the smart cities mission, for instance, is one great example of that. There are a whole range of other liberal institutional arrangements which have been institutionalized post-liberalization of the Indian economy, and I'll share some critical perspectives there on these new innovative institutional arrangements which have been ushered or introduced in order to promulgate growth, and infrastructure has been posited as the catalyst to growth in that context. And all of that space is also sort of driven by the smart special purpose vehicle form of governance mechanisms. And having examined that, then let's take a look at the extent to which these governance spaces are actually gated or they're porous. And I'll share some future ideas for future co-evolution of many of these governance arrangements. So we've seen, and I might overlap with some of what Prem has already shared, through the, if we go back in history and try and understand why this agility in institutional arrangements has been suggested as important, and the smart cities vehicle is a synonym for this agility. We go back to 1950s as high modernism to, through that period of 1960s when most states in India enacted the Town and Country Planning Act. Planning and governance of cities has been very top down, of course, as sovereign and bureaucratic rationality, as my colleague Malini Krishnankuti argues in one of her recent papers on the nature of urban planning practice and the planning processes in India. Rigid master planning, even as of last year, the Bangalore master plan was revoked by the chief minister. The plan has gone back to the drawing board with the Bangalore Development Authority because the plan did not even look at intersections or integration of land use and transport, for instance, a very basic, or land use and environment. But in this case, it was the lack of integration of land use and transport sectors, which took the plan back to the drawing board. There's been a substantial amount of discussion around informality as the idiom of planning. This is Ananya Roy, there's occupancy urbanism, Solomon Benjamin, there's a whole range of other colleagues who have written about the need for participation, bottom-up decision-making as part of a democratic deepening of democracy, which is crucial. And I, of course, don't disagree with the need for deepening democracy. But many of these paradigms have not worked also in terms of, there are several complexities which there's a variety of governance. There's a variety of actors involved in decision-making spaces post liberalization in India, and that these actors are largely misaligned. A lot of them are misaligned because each of these spaces, whether we're talking about the state as an institution or markets and businesses or civil society or even other hybrid organizations that have come up, such as special purpose vehicles, these are all heterogeneous spaces, and largely actors are misaligned in their values and goals, drawing on Smita's work as well, which creates a high level of complexity in decision making. And while the struggle is rife to enable bottom-up participatory processes, in parallel, there are a whole range of other innovations that the government at the national as well as state level has promulgated in the form of flexible decision-making spaces, and the need for circumventing circumventing day-to-day political interference is at the heart of the design of these smart governance mechanisms. So the smart cities mission is a good starting point, but there are a whole range of other governance mechanisms which have been adopted here. More recently, the government's national urban policy focuses on innovation, problem solving, and many of these institutional arrangements which are promoting the smart governance model are seen as policy innovations and ways to address specific problems that cities are facing, even though led by gated sort of spaces, led by spaces that are arguably gated. Technology solutions are very synonymous with smart cities and the idea of smart cities as well, and quite often seen as a panacea for problem solving. And there are several positive examples that one can see, but also questions that one needs to ask in terms of whether the extent to which technology solutions are actually accessible to all parts of the society, and to what extent decision-making spaces are made available. And we'll take a look at some of these. And I entered all of these. I explored and investigated these models through a great level of skepticism, only to find that when you're on the field actually reveals a whole range of other types of realities. So I'm trying to put forth a set of frameworks that exist at the macro level, but ground reality actually could be revealing very different dynamics. And we'll take a look at some of those. So what we see is this sort of a trajectory from the desire to move towards flexibility from the 1950s all the way down to 2020s and now. And the effort has been to move from this paternalistic sort of top-down decision-making from the national government to state governments to a more mission-led development process, which is where the whole-to-part relationships do exist, but there are sort of semi-autonomous spaces that have been created. And the question again is, to what extent are these spaces gated or not? But coming back to the older types of schemes that existed where, the central government's role was very crucial in actually delegating decisions from the national to state to local government levels. The infrastructure development scheme for small and medium towns is pre-liberalization is a great example of how cities received grants from the central and the state levels, and other national institutions such as national organizations such as HUDCO or the LIC, only to see a shift post-liberalization. The National Urban Renewal Mission, for instance, had conditional grants to propel cities to become competitive to a certain extent, and there were mandatory grants that were also provided by the grants were received from the center and the state government levels by municipal governments, but the municipal governments also contributed their own 10% or 20% share depending on the capacity that they had. So and the grants were from the center and the state were conditional to the extent that cities were able to demonstrate fund utilization in meaningful ways through public participatory processes, but also the state government had to demonstrate that they were taking the necessary initiatives for institutional reforms to decentralize and implement the 74th Amendment that Prem spoke about earlier. The Smart Cities mission actually has a radical shift that it brings about, where I must emphasize here, in the JNNURM scheme, the municipal government was still at the center of decision making. The efforts were to strengthen the capacities of city governments. But in the Smart Cities mission, the governance mechanism radically changed. The governance was through a special purpose vehicle, where the municipal government was not necessarily present, as there was no presence of the elected representative in the very first toolkit that was published, although there have been changes thereafter, because there are several innovations that have taken place on the ground in terms of including elected representatives within the premise of the SPV. There are some changes that the toolkit now reflects, which is also very interesting in itself as an innovation in policy spaces, particularly the Smart City scheme. But the original mechanism that was devised is to suggest that there's a special purpose vehicle which comprises of shareholders. So unlike the municipal corporation, which is an open system, the special purpose vehicle is a company which is constituted under the Companies Act 2013, it was also promulgated as a safe haven by the government for private investors. So for instance, there could also be shareholding structures which was 40% center, 40% state, and 20% private sector. The idea of the smart city SPV being a safe haven was important because private sector companies would not otherwise invest in public service delivery. The initial toolkit, in fact, had no space for elected representatives. There was a cursory mention of the mayor, but there was no real mandate. I do see that there are some changes here. I'm a bit perplexed with some of these because there's a mention of the mayor at the state level, and at the city level, the involvement of members includes MLAs and MPs. I believe this must be deliberate. For sure, this cannot be an error. So I presume that this sort of a cross-pollination that they're suggesting is some sort of rescaling of decision-making that they're envisaging in the design of the scheme. And so the smart cities special purpose vehicle itself has seen a huge transition from being a gated space which didn't allow for elected representatives to be part of the decision-making process to actually find ways in the toolkit itself to allow for, of course, there's the national and state level elected representatives which are integral to the decision-making spaces here, but you can see that the mayor is also integrally part of this process now, which is a positive, it's sort of a progressive step, and that doesn't make this the SPV as gated as one has imagined it is in the past, and there are several scholarly arguments on that. So I try and analyze this phenomenon through two bodies of work. One is on state rescaling and the other is on institutional variety. And if one goes to the literature on state rescaling, where scholars argue that liberalization ushered shifts in decision-making process, which sort of saw the drawing on David Harvey and Henri Lefebvre, while contending that liberalization of the Indian economy as well saw the withdrawal of the state, financialization of all modes of production, and the special purpose vehicle is therefore a space, a governance space that enhanced financialization and it sought revenue generation for gated spaces such as the SPV, as opposed to open distribution of resources as a municipal corporation would allow. So those who are scholars in the space, scholars who engage with state rescaling processes argue that decision making in the post-liberalized era is no longer delegate in the form of delegation, but there are decisions taking place at multiple levels, where just in the space of a special purpose vehicle, you have partnership arrangements between the central government, the state government, and the local government. In local government in partial ways, where the commissioner is involved, now more recently the mayor is involved. So this is one kind of a perspective where those who are involved in state rescaling argue that special purpose vehicles, whether they are joint venture partnerships or public-private partnerships, these are gated spaces which are not under democratic oversight. That's one dominant argument. Their argument is also that these special purpose vehicles are governed by contracts. They're not governed, and these contracts are bilateral agreements. And so they're not, while the first contract may be open for public viewing, subsequent renegotiations are not available for the general public to see unless you apply for taking a look at what the nature of amendments are through the Right to Information Act. There are a whole range of, there's a variety of contracts which actually a smart cities special purpose vehicle encompasses. And the entire project cycle has multiple private sector companies which are involved at various stages, and they keep coming back in the project cycle. So the argument from those involved in state rescaling, in the literature pertaining to state rescaling, they argue that These gated spaces also allow for particular kinds of private sector companies to capture markets. It allows for regulatory capture, which then sort of doesn't allow for the benefits to reach all parts of the society. Contractual governance here is also quite complex. It leads, and this is an example of public-private partnership of the PPP mechanism, for instance, where there's a project company. The structure of the special purpose vehicle is such that there's a project company which then has multiple contractual agreements with a specific range of private sector companies, which and the contractual governance model essentially sort of encapsulates the range of private sector actors who are involved in various contractual agreements here. And this smart cities model is evident in multiple infrastructure sectors, including the national highways, where over the last 30 years, there's a whole ecosystem of companies which are largely oligopolistic in nature that has emerged. There's special economic zones through the Special Economic Zones Act in 2005, multiple transport sector projects, other transport sector projects such as the metro rail. Again, metro rail is governed by an SPV, center-state partnerships, airport modernization. More recently, all airport modernization bids have been accorded to one particular company. The Adanis have won most of these. So there's a sort of oligopoly, monopoly sort of a pattern that one can see in many of these governance arrangements. And there's through these empirics, some more examples here. This is the mega industrial regions envisaged under the NICDC's, the National Infrastructure Development Corporation's initiatives for building mega industrial townships as well as freight corridors that link these. It started out with just the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, which is now moved on to 11 corridors. So and most of these are financed by various international finance institutions, and the smart cities mission. So there's all pervasive sort of a presence of this smart cities SPV, so to say, both at the city level as well as the state and the national levels. And given this context, the the scholarship on state rescaling is pertinent to. I myself have mobilized the body of work on state rescaling to argue that yes, there is at the macro level, the design of these mechanisms is it precludes elected representatives to be part of decision-making spaces on a day-to-day basis, and so accountabilities are therefore questionable. But on the other hand, and these are again some other colleagues, several colleagues who have written about private forms of governance that the special purpose vehicle has engendered. The other body of work that I mobilize is that on varieties of governance. And here I start to see a counterpoint to the arguments that are that scholars engaging with state rescaling put forth. Many of these new forms of development are seen as innovations, policy innovations. So there's mission-led development, where Mariana Mazzucato argues that it's essential for allowing, mission-led development allows for greater penetration of technology-driven solutions for the masses. And there are counterpoints, again, I draw on Smita's paper where she and Papayanu have argued that while innovation and policy is essential, they need to be driven through democratically led processes. So with this backdrop of critiques coming from scholars engaging in state rescaling literature and others working on varieties of governance, where as opposed to saying this SPV is gated and should not exist. That's the sort of an argument which those engaged with state rescaling put forth. My own argument is that one needs to look at the presence of multiple forms of governance as inevitable. And then find ways as practitioners, we need to find ways to open these systems up and enable them to become democratically driven. And it's possible. Particularly the field visits that I've conducted actually very clearly show. There's some students of mine who worked on Aurangabad as a smart city. From the website, it's clear that there are several elected representatives who are part of the smart cities board of directors. Similarly, Bhubaneswar has a positive example to offer over here, where there are ward councillors who are made part of the board of directors on a rotational basis. And depending on the mayor's, depending on the multiple standing committees, which are part of municipal corporations who engage very regularly with the smart cities SPVs, they take decisions on which councillors should be part of the SPV in order to make decisions on different kinds of projects that are part of the smart cities mission. Sure. Another great example is the city that I went to at Sagar recently. This is in Madhya Pradesh, where, and these are my photographs that I took on site, where clearly, the SPV interacts with a whole range of other processes which are democratically driven. So for example, if we're looking at waste segregation here, and there's also innovations in converting some of the plastic waste into commodities which the general public can buy. And they've enabled that distribution network to allow for the general public to buy buckets, mugs, and a lot of daily commodities from this waste segregation center. Another very interesting innovation here is the pyre that is generally used for cremation purposes consumes a lot of wood. So they've just reduced the size of that pyre using a steel frame, a steel structure. And that reduces the amount of wood that is consumed for every cremation by half. And they've also installed a chimney over here, which allows for, it prevents it, people don't have to breathe difficult air while the cremation process is going on. Then another important intervention is one park per ward. And for this particular type of intervention, there have been extensive discussions between ward councillors, the mayor of the city of Sagar, and the SPV. When I visited this SPV, there were ongoing discussions between members of the SPV and many officers from the municipal corporation. And I had discussions with officials at multiple levels in the SPV itself at Sagar, and they all confirmed that there's a whole range of discussions that take place with officials from the municipal corporation as well as elected representatives on a regular basis in this particular SPV, this Sagar SPV. I'm not suggesting that this is a pattern that occurs in all parts of the country. In Surat, for instance, the Smart Cities SPV has apparently implemented a whole range of projects which do not necessarily meet the changing local needs. They're not responding to needs of the people of the city. So I'm here referring to small and medium towns where there are several innovations in the implementation processes where cities as well as state governments have taken proactive initiatives to democratize the smart cities SPV. And it's really critical for us to recognize that that at operational spaces, these operative spaces are very distinct quite often from the macro level policy design spaces. And one can see here clearly that the Smart Cities Toolkit itself has already reflected many of these innovations in its own three-tier structure of who needs to be involved in this process. So I'm just opening up this question about gatedness of the smart cities SPV. And what we can clearly see here, again, I'm drawing on Satarauta and Srinivas, to see one needs to examine the intention and the emergence of outcomes and intention of policy here. And there might be very surprising results that we see. Why is it that the smart cities SPV is not gated? I draw on several microeconomists here. Frank Knight's work, which clearly says, that human beings are not able to, we're not wired to anticipate uncertainties and craft, policies, regulations, etc., to the last line of being deterministic. Frank Knight also argues that profit making for firms is not necessarily limited just to monetary gains. It's also about mobilizing social networks to embody entrepreneurial pursuits of companies. So the SPV can actually be seen as a space that does not necessarily is not motivated purely by revenue surpluses, but it's also equally open to building social networks in the cities, and some cities, particularly these small and medium towns. Similarly, the context of incomplete contracts, if there's contractual governance that defines SPVs, then these are incomplete contracts, which can produce risks, but they can also produce possibilities for policy innovations in operative spaces. Then there's a whole range of scholars who speak about the boundaries of the firm. If SPV is a firm, and I argue it's critical here to view the SPV and the role of the state from the lens of a firm and not necessarily the lens of the state alone. We see here there are multiple perspectives which and empirics which show how firms are not necessarily enclosed spaces. Firms are constantly interacting with governments, firms are interacting with civil society, they're responding to people's needs. So firms are not bounded entities. So I'll stop over here with the broader trajectory on an argument on why we need to recognize, as practitioners, we need to recognize varieties of governance and find ways to allow for these varieties of governance to actually co-evolve through democratic means. Thank you.
Right. Thank you to both speakers who not only kept to time, but I think have given us a lot of food for thought. So I invite any questions that people may have, and we'll take a set of questions ideally, and then we have about 30, we have a full 30 minutes, thanks to our speakers. And we'll go ahead. We have one there, one here. Any others in the back? I'm an auctioneer. One more. Anyone else? 4? Okay, all good. Do you have a mic? Yeah. You should have. Go ahead. Please turn the mic.
Prem and Champaka. I have one question for both of you, and this is since you're actually practicing planner as well, I study it. Given all the critiques of the master plan, the fact that it's been so counterproductive, would you both, I'd like you both to answer, would you recommend shelving a statutory spatial master plan in India? Because there are many other mechanisms. I'm not saying that there should be no regulation, but given the amount of energy and time that's spent preparing it and then critiquing it and studying it, is it really something that we should continue with? My other question is for Champaka, and it's really fascinating to see these kind of emergent variation within the SPVs. One question is just like a clarificatory one. What is the smart city in Bhubaneswar or in an Aurangabad? Like I don't get a handle on what a smart city is in an existing city. Is it a spatial entity? Is it an enclave? Is it, and then related to that, what is the purpose of the special purpose vehicle? Is it like a real estate developer that develops that area, or is the understanding that it will continue to run it? And then in that case, is it something, say, similar, like we used to have corporate towns and things, right? Where there was a kind of private, like Jamshedpur or something, So how do we think of this, say, more historically or compared to, say, Sitco or something? What's different and what's similar? And the other thing is, this very interesting thing of in certain areas we find that local politicians and representatives and things are becoming. What does this actually mean? So what does it mean for them to be on the board of directors and things? How will it, say, change? A smart city will operate differently, say, if there is a local councillor on it, and then and why do you think this is happening in some cases and not others? Is it because it's a top-down thing, or something's happening that's pushing for it from the places in which it's happening?
Thanks, Shana. One question here. You had a question.
My name is Arun, and I'm more a public health practitioner than someone who either have read or practiced the urban related discussions remotely. But I would take this opportunity to thank both of you for a very insightful discussion and presentation. Especially Champak, you presented a very balanced view. In my understanding, you presented far from what we keep hearing on these topics in a very activist tone. On the other hand, the nuances of applied, governance or applied type of topics just keep getting missed. My question here is, we see a successive loss of democratic representation in the mechanism that we have adopted in the planning. So while municipal bodies are statutorily or constitutionally mandated, governing bodies, DDAs are statutorily fortified. Development authorities are statutorily fortified bodies. So both of those in some sense represent perpetuality. Nobody can deny their existence in questions and in future whether they will continue or not. On the other hand, these missions type of mechanisms, and as we have known these missions in education or health for a long time, these are relatively newer, transient, and something that is just quite opposite of perpetuality. Anytime they can vanish. Now, as far as SPV and private sector interests are concerned, a private sector is always considered to be more risk averse. And if these SPVs represent a perpetual bodies, non-perpetual bodies, then what should be the motivation of private sector in investing in these SPVs? Number one. Number two, infrastructure projects in general are known to be cash guzzlers, very low rate of return, and that over a prolonged period of time. We have examples very, in hand, very pertinent one where private sector formed an entity with the state and central government, and then dispute arose. In fact, SEZ Act since 2005 have not been seen as successful in any way. So given these examples, given these experiences, why do we think these, these mission type mechanisms of urban planning is a good public policy option, or is it even a good, option for the private sector investment? Just a general view from any one of you. Thanks.
And there were two more in the back.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Rajshekhar. I'm an urban planner and policy aspirant. So I have a question regarding the implementation of 74th CA. So so far, any city, including metropolis or even tier 2 or tier 3 cities, are not able to implement this 74th Amendment Act properly. And also there are simply 18 provisions, and the ULBs are not able to reach the maximum extent because of many constraints, such as the resources in terms of financial or else in terms of manpower. But what would be the solution to the full extent of implementation of 74th Amendment Act? And I would like to bring one example where cities like Hyderabad, they got up with TSB pass, like Telangana State Building Permission Approval System. So for the plots for the plot size of less than 100 square yards, before 2019 elections, the state government announced that if you are a plot owner of 100 square yards, you need not to get an approval from TS BPAS. You can directly construct a home. So again, this is completely against to the building bylaws. So now I'm repeating the same question. What would be the solution in the country to full-fledged the implementation of 74th CAA?
There was one more question here, someone in the back.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Devabrata. I have very little knowledge about urban planning, but when I was listening to you, especially Dr. Raja Gopal, is that there is a new type of governance that is emerging. That is, there's a space created for private partners. So if we go back to our very basic textbook, we know that actually the government involves where the private players cannot solve the problem. And basically in urban services, it is purely political solution because the private services, sorry, the public services cannot be supplied by the private bodies because there are problem of basic textbook problem of free rider. Okay, so in that particular space, how you see this emergence of private player in governing as well as providing public services?
Can you all hear me? Very interesting questions. I will try and sort of bucket them in two parts. One is pertaining to the nature of the smart cities special purpose vehicle and the objective of this SPV, and the other pertaining to pertaining to private sector involvement in these companies and the question around risks and how private sector companies are essentially firms exist to avert risks, and how does one see the role of the firm in this context. And the third is about the 74th Amendment. So these are three areas that I will respond to. On the question around what is this smart cities SPV, the SPV is the smart cities SPV with regard to the smart cities mission. I'm being specific to the smart cities mission here because there are a whole range of other models for smart governance as well. In the case of smart cities mission, it's a vehicle through which funds are channeled, and these funds are channeled by the central government and the state government into this SPV. And the SPV is a vehicle that expedites the execution of projects which have been long pending. So for example, in the city of Sagar, they didn't have parks in every ward, right? So that particular agenda of elected representatives in the city has been expedited. In 4.5 years, they've actually been able to build 30 of the projects. I don't know how many of these were really required because they've not had a full-blown public process. Apparently, they've engaged only with the elected representatives much more than they've had some public workshops, but it's not been as extensive as it should have been. And perhaps they will move into a more deepened public participatory process later, and whatever public participation could mean in this day and age. That's another question and a debate altogether. But coming back to your question, the SPV is a vehicle through which center and state funds are channeled in this case. I did ask some of the officers on what the future of this SPV is, and they are having discussions right now whether this SPV should remain an agile body, which has an expiry date, so to say. That's the phrase they used. It could be an entity which just gets dissolved and doesn't stay on permanently, in which case I think it's a good thing because it was created for a particular purpose. There was interaction between and most smart city SPVs and the processes they've had some kind of public participation. It's through hackathons or whatever else. Every city has been mandated to have these public workshops. So it's not that the public has been completely kept away from what's going on in these SPVs. And the governance mechanism in this SPV itself has seen a shift, and the toolkit itself sort of reflects that. So I think there's in terms of the purpose and in terms of its trajectory of change, there is some progressive dynamics to see. My own views of corporatization of governance here is slightly different from, again, what scholars engaging with, state rescaling, or others who argue that these are gated spaces, or others who also argue that experts-driven decision-making is all undesirable because it also excludes elected representatives from being part of the process. Is also I have a slightly different point of view there, because I think what I have seen is that elected representatives still become part of the decision-making process regardless of whether experts are involved or not, because this is their territory. And there are other larger arguments in the space of microeconomics where large corporations are seen as being antithetical to capitalism. So I would like to also engage more deeply with literature where scholars argue that this SPVs are, for example, embodiment of corporatization of governance. I think we need to examine that space a little bit more and open up that question, given that the corporatized form of companies also have rigidities that they encompass. On the question of risk aversiveness, in SPVs particularly, which have public-private partnerships, one commonly sees that there's hedging of risks that takes place both ways. Public sector agencies, parties who are involved in the partnership arrangement hedge risks onto the private sector, and the private sector hedges it back onto the state. There are several examples where bureaucratic decision-making processes have actually helped mediate and resolve disputes more effectively than otherwise. Yeah, so I don't think there are any straightforward, one can't straitjacket this as, bureaucracies being less agile and less, and being more embedded in risks or otherwise. I think one needs to examine particular cases in the context of public-private partnerships and SPVs. I'm only particularly speaking about this form of governance here. On the 74th Amendment, of course, I have no answers, but there are, one looks at the work that Janagraha is doing. They're documenting the extent to which the 74th Amendment has been implemented by states across India. And the findings are quite patchy and it's very interesting. So I would urge you to please look at their reports. They're going to publish these quite soon, I believe. So it'll be really interesting to see what kinds of prerogatives state governments have taken up for implementing certain aspects of the 74th Amendment and not all. Thank you.
There is some literature which says that we shouldn't have a master plan that's, lays out in very great detail how the city should work. For example, you have Jeb Brugman's book, Welcome to the Urban Revolution, where he says, you have to look at how cities are inherently creative. And that's because people can leverage economies of scale. There are more people you can, connect with. Economies of density, that they're close at hand. So it's easier to connect. Economies of association. And then economies of extension, where you can leverage association to deal with even outside the city. So he says, rather than a singular strategy like a master plan, you should actually have governance should just aim at resolving the contradictions between all these multiple strategies. And I take that further and say that perhaps what you should do is you should look at the underlying infrastructure that is needed for these multiple strategies. So whether it is inclusive third places or whether it is public transit systems or large amounts of public ungated civic space, you look at these kind of infrastructures. I think what raises the larger question that's raising there is, are you designing for resilience or are you designing for efficiency? Because they're two very different things. And that's part of the public versus private governance thing, because private systems tend to aim at efficiency. And if you're looking at the long term, perhaps you need to design for resilience. And I think that's something that the pandemic has also highlighted, the fact that our systems are so unresilient and that we need to design for greater levels of resilience, whether it is public health or whether it is anything about other forms of urban function. And this raises part of the problem with the smart city mission also, because I mean, the one problem is what Champaka has highlighted, that the way it's moving away from democratic principles of governance. But the other thing is it's taking a project view rather than a systems view. And that doesn't necessarily resolve things. So take, for example, you have a section of the road which is congested. So the solution is, let's do a project, let's build a flyover. But actually you need to look at the road network as a system and see how it behaves. Because what happens if you just look at one part of it, you might solve the congestion there, but actually downstream, there's a junction that before the flyover was built was getting X cars a minute. And now after the flyover is built, it suddenly is getting 3X cars a minute, and then it can't handle that. So you've not solved congestion, you've just redistributed it or relocated it. So I think when you look at the systems view, which is a failure in the smart city mission, I think because of its overly project-oriented framework. So to that extent, you need to look at how resilient your systems are and how you design for that. And I think that's really the underlying, rather than trying to deterministically control what is happening in each section of the city, look at the underlying systems of resilience that underpin what the inhabitants of the city can use to creatively leverage their being in that city. There has been some writing on it, which I tend to agree with, that the purpose of the smart city mission is actually to attract capital. Because solving governance in the city is so complicated, they'd rather look at these special projects rather than systems. They'll say it's SPVs, so you get efficient corporate governance versus ineffective bureaucratic governance. And therefore you create this island of excellence within a sea of dysfunctionality, but you can use that as making something visible to attract capital. And because it realizes it's not systematic, there's an evasiveness to define a smart city. You look at the smart city mission, and this is global. Everywhere people talk about smart cities, they refuse to be pinned down on what a smart city is. And there's an interesting paper by Jonathan Sadowski and Frank Pascal, which suggests this evasiveness is deliberate. It's because you can change the goalpost whenever something goes wrong. So So I think this thing of whether you take a systems view or a project view is also tied to this, say, do you look at perpetual bodies or do you look at mission oriented? I think there's a value to mission oriented projects, but only as a part of the system. I think you do need this overall control of perpetual bodies, and the inefficiency of perpetual bodies is not because they're inherently inefficient. It's because we've allowed them to be opaque, and therefore that opacity allows other rent-seeking behavior to operate under the table. So I think we need to look at how we make them more transparent and have very clearly defined structures of accountability. And that would resolve a lot of the problems in the way a lot of our urban governance systems are working. There's a wonderful statement by the former US Supreme Court Justice Brandeis, you say, and he said, sunlight is the best disinfectant, electric light, the most efficient policeman. So I think it's what you drag out into the light that matters. In looking at our system's behavior, we will have to look at what the average system does. I think you might go to Sagar, that's the town you went to, and you saw a lot of interesting things happening there. And that might be just, I don't know why, but it might be just because of one person who's dynamic and is pushing things. Sometimes these things happen. Okay, then that's great. But if you look at the smarts, someone has driven that process to make that systemic change. When you look at systems, you have to look at what the average system does, not what its best practices are. Yeah, so I mean, the best practices are good to emulate, but that's not the goal, the metric by which you assess the system. On the 74th Amendment, I think it has been, one, you've allowed the state governments to be in control of how it's implemented, which is crazy, given that it was actually an amendment brought in to eliminate misgovernance by state governments. So you wonder why that happened. Maybe it was just to, in a way, preserve the status quo. So you have improper implementation, the prevalence of parastatals, the fragmentation, very little control under the municipality. And the one thing that we haven't talked about is financial empowerment of local bodies. That without, you can't have an accountable and powerful local body without it being financially autonomous. So we have to start the discussion on whether they should have the powers to raise revenue. Another unimplemented aspect of the amendment was there's supposed to be finance commissions, both at the state and district level, which look at the devolution of funds to make them institutions of local self-governance. That has hardly happened. So I think these are the major problems in the 74th Amendment, really. It's not going to change until we build a broad-based movement of imagining the city. We have to realize that any system that is in power will not change on its own. It changes only when the people demand that it change. So I think we have to realize what's at stake. We have to realize we are entering India's urban century, and perhaps the future of our country really depends on how effectively we imagine the city.
Well, as you can see, yeah, do you want to go ahead and respond?
Yes, please. I couldn't agree more with Prem on the importance of strong local governments. That goes without saying. I've written about this with some other colleagues from Azim Premji University as well in the past. But I just want to quickly respond to two points from, in response to Prem's, what Prem just shared. One is, in terms of the role of the private sector in these new types of institutional arrangements. There's a substantial body of work, again, incomplete contracts literature, for instance. Oliver Hart has argued that in a PPP arrangement, in a public-private partnership arrangement particularly, the roles of both the public as well as the private agents are blurred, because the public sector agency is, and one can see the contradictions in the role of the public sector agency here, which is partnering with the same private sector businesses that it's regulating, enabling, and facilitating. And the private sector agency is working in public interest as well. And I have documented, I have a substantial amount of data where risks in terms of cost escalations and over-leveraged debt, insolvencies, bankruptcies are borne equally by the private sector company as well as the public party in an SPV arrangement. So, and the context of, at the policy level, who should bear the risk is an unresolved question, because the PPP mechanism says whichever party is better able to take on the risks must take on the risks. That's how open-ended it is. And the presumption is that for the government is that the private sector party would take the risk. But there are large debates, wider debates on this, on which party is better able to handle risks. And a lot of economists and infrastructure specialists and scholars have argued that it should be the private sector which should bear the it should be the public sector which bears the risk, because there's no larger organization than the state which can actually take on public risks. So that question is unresolved. The other point I wanted to make is that, you know, in terms of systems and addressing multiple intersections between systems in national government schemes or projects that are taken up at the local government levels, needless to say, systems should be central to our thinking about access to basic services for all. And the smart cities mission is, for me, I'm quite perplexed to see this new website. It's got a new set of agendas. The purpose of the smart cities mission has changed. On the website, it says poverty reduction, and it says better quality of life for all. So the objectives of the mission have changed on its website from 2016, what I saw. So I think that seems to be a positive direction that the mission is taking. I don't know what to make out of this, and I want to investigate this further. Yeah.
I think we're out of time.
One last comment is that there's an interesting report by the Center for Financial Accountability, which assesses these years of the smart city mission. And they don't take this broad overview. They actually track on the ground performance. And one of the things we haven't talked about is a lot of the failures are just because there's no institutional capacity to do the project. So that's another aspect that we've not talked about, but which is an important one we need to deal with.
So, you know, I think this was a session just heading into the next one, where we're really starting to see the relationship between theory and people who are actually engaged in practice, right? So a lot of this practitioner-driven analysis, insights, debates, you can tell from our two excellent speakers that this was really richly brought out. I'd like you all to really give them a hand. This was great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all for a wonderful session. We'll just go for a half an hour tea break and reassemble at 4:30 p.m. for the next session. Thank you.
Chandan Kumla.
Speak on this. Hi, Meghnath, are you there? Oh, okay. Okay, I can see you now. Yes, so maybe I can put you on the full screen, and we are almost ready to go. Thanks a lot for coming on time. Can you?
I can hear you.
Full screen. And
I just like to speak one or two words, not many. Friends,
yeah.
And good afternoon to all.
Those guys there, no? Okay.
It's extremely embarrassing for me to put these words through online. I wish I could be personally there to speak to you all, and especially to Lord Meghnath Desai. Friends, I must also tell you that Lord Desai has been a friend of Adri for, I have lost many years. Beg your pardon? Hello?
Yes, yes, boss.
So just 2 more minutes. We are waiting for the people to come back from tea break. Will be just
I see. I see.
Yeah.
I see. I see.
Thank you.
Your internet connection is unstable. अभी निकल गया, पहले लिख रहा था. क्या बोल रहा? कौन क्या बोल रहा?
Good evening. Welcome back to the post-tea session. So this is a very interesting session right now. So for this, I request Professor Ghosh to welcome the panelist. Before that, I would also thank Professor Ajit Sinha for agreeing to moderate the session. Professor Ghosh, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Friends, as I said in the morning, it's embarrassing for me to put these welcome words online. How I wish I were there itself to welcome all of you, particularly, of course, Lord Meghnath Desai. Many of you will be knowing, but let me tell for all of you that our connections of Asian Development Institute with Lord Meghnath Desai has been for many years. In fact, I have lost count. We have been together. And during this more than a decade or so, we have been greatly benefited by his cooperation, his assistance, his advice, and many help that he has provided to Asian Development Institute. I'm extremely glad that for this seminar, Lord Desai has consented to give the keynote address. I am sure all of you will be delighted to hear him as he had done so in the past also. With these words, I again welcome Lord Desai and looking forward to your lectures. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Good, good. Well, I've written this book about the poverty of political economy, and I want to talk about the relevance of that to current problems of not just India, but of economic policy as such. And the best way to give an example of is how what we saw during the lockdown in the pandemic, the first lockdown in the pandemic, was a very, very telling story for me. I was seeing similar things in London, but in India, what I saw on television was people walking hundreds of miles from Delhi to Bihar or wherever they were living. And they were carrying their children with them, their luggage with them. And what was the problem? Well, the problem was a very simple one. They were migrant laborers. They had gone in search of jobs to Delhi from Bihar. But when they became unemployed, there was no provision for them to get any unemployment benefit. They had to go back to the constituency where they were voting to qualify for the Manrega, right? And Manrega is actually, whether it's large or small, it is the most reliable benefit, the only reliable benefit lots and lots of poor people have in India. It was started during the famine, as we know, in Maharashtra, but now the example I'm giving that because now how come we cannot devise a better benefit system for migrant laborers? Why do they have to go back to their constituency? Because in a sense, economics always says, if you do things for the poor, your budget deficit will go up. Oh, this is terrible. You must watch the budget deficit. We must not, When it comes to giving welfare payments for the poor and so on, everybody gets very economical. When the banks collapse, as some banks are about to collapse right now, as of yesterday, money will flow from the government, from the central bank, from the IMF to re-establish those banks. To think of the non-performing assets of nationalized commercial banks in India. The amount of total losses that those non-performing assets registered runs in lakhs of crores. And these are not non-performing assets. The money was grabbed by some rich person and not returned. I mean, let's face it, they may find very elaborate ways of not paying back money they have taken from the bank. But that money didn't disappear. That money didn't actually go down the drain. That money has been given to some rich person who knew when he took the money that he didn't have to pay back. Now, that is the reality of economic thinking. And all that is supposed to be sound economic policy making. Cut taxes for the rich. Every time there's a budget in India, the one headline thing is, has the FM cut taxes, income taxes for the middle classes? It always comes middle classes. Nobody says, has the FM increased the allocation for Manrega? Are we really looking after women? Are we looking after people who are the poorest? No. We're only looking at the rich. Now, what I want to say is that this is not accidental. This is part of the way economic theory has evolved over the last 200 years. And what I'm trying to explain in my book is when did it all happen and why did it all happen? It's not specifically based on Indian experience. It's really based on experience of where economics originated in Britain, in Great Britain in the 18th century, late 18th, early 19th century. Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Malthus, people like that. And what I point out in that respect is that basically what Adam Smith was writing, and I really don't have time to give in great detail, but do read the book. Adam Smith had a very universal sympathy. He really thought that the wealth of a country depends upon the productivity of its workers. And he also thought that a prosperous country should have a large population and a population where the ordinary people are well fed. And he says at one stage, people nowadays say that, oh, these poor are used to such luxurious food that they will never get used to the old standards of living. And he says, what's wrong with that? A society is good if the largest number of people in the society are better off. So he has a very different kind of picture of what welfare consists of. Welfare consists of the majority of people being well off. Now, when Malthus and Ricardo come, what happened at that time? There is a French Revolution. And the French Revolution is very threatening to the British parliamentarians and the British sort of monarchy. And they're very worried that that kind of regicide may come to Britain. So in the reaction, the basically idea is that in those days, Parliament, the voting for Parliament was only 2% of the population was eligible to vote in Parliament, because the rule was that you had to pay so much tax in rates to be able to qualify to vote. So only 2% was in Parliament, and those 2% in Parliament, mainly landlords or very rich farmers and so on. So they were very worried that not only the mob will want to have power taken away from them, but they were also worried that the mob may ask for higher wages. And very often the wages had to be supplemented by what were called rates collected by the church. The church collected rates to feed the poor. And the idea was that workers may want more wages if to take care of inflation or things like that. And so Malthus literally made up a story that if you give people more money, let's say the poor people more money, all that will happen is that they will breed more children and the population will get out of control. And the more money you give them, the more children they will have. So giving any money to the poor negates itself, because the poor waste it in having children, and therefore the standard of living of the poor doesn't improve. And he said this was a law, is that population grows geometrically and foodstuffs only grow arithmetically. And I point out in my book that he had absolutely no evidence for it. He totally made up the story. He totally made up the story purely to resist the poor people being paid any more money from the pockets of the rich people or from the treasury of the state. And so the idea came that basically giving money to the poor is actually counterproductive in terms of what the poor do with the money. Now, given that background, Ricardo, being a very clever man, cleverer than almost any economist, he establishes sort of a law that ultimately wages must stick to the cost of feeding the worker's family sufficiently so the worker can work, the male worker can work. So the value of labor the value of labor power of a worker is determined by the amount of food that the person has to eat to survive, and the amount of labor which is involved in producing that food. That labor, that number of hours of labor is the value of the laborer. So the laborer's value, the value of laborer's work is determined by the cost in terms of labor of what he eats. Now, this was a very simple standard of living. I mean, it was only for the worker, not his wife, not his family, and so on. But again, Ricardo establishes the orthodoxy that labor value can be measured objectively. It can be measured objectively by the amount of labor required to make the bread to feed the poor family, and it should not go beyond that. If wages go up, then they will eat into profits. And as it was, the rent was going to be high anyway as population grows. So basically the thing was keep wages controlled, the iron law of wages. And if you can keep the iron law of wages, then profits will be looked after. And the important thing at that time was because the sort of more middle class people were coming into prominence with the growth of capitalism, they decided that basically if you can't work because you were elderly or disabled or something like that, then the state will look after you. But if you're able-bodied, if you are not a pauper, if you're a pauper if you're disabled, but you are only poor if you are a worker who could work. If you are poor, you should not be allowed to get any money from the state or from charity. You must be made to work. And in order to make quite sure that you work, you will have to live in a workhouse. The poor family who is unemployed will be incarcerated in a workhouse until they find work. You read this in Charles Dickens' work. So in a sense, economics on sound economic ground became hostile to the poor, all because basically the people who are making the decisions were by and large landlords and rich people. And so the one reaction in England was a movement to expand the franchise from the small 2% of the population to as many people as would qualify. And what I do in my book is I go quickly over the campaign for widening the franchise. And the idea is that it's only when, after about 100 years, after the French Revolution, in the 100 years after Marx and Ricardo were writing, in the early 20th century, when the First World War breaks out, it's during the First World War that for the first time in England, men of an adult age get the right to vote unconditionally, and women of age 30 and above. And in 1928, both women and about 21 years of age get the right to vote. So universal franchise took until 20th century to be universal, to be firmly established. And that universal franchise being established was also the signal for economics to be engaging with more progressive redistribution issues, like Pigou, a man called Arthur Cecil Pigou, who was a professor of economics at Cambridge after Marshall. He said that the way to measure a society's welfare is to find out what is the proportion of income going to the poorest people. Is the proportion going to the poorest people which determines whether the society is a healthy society or not. And he advocated the virtues of redistributing income from the rich to the poor. And the argument was that the utilitarian argument that the theory of utility says the richer you are, the extra utility you get from each extra part of consumption or part of money you have. That extra satisfaction diminishes. So marginal utility is positive but diminishing as you get richer. And so he said, take $1 or take a pound from a rich person and give it to a poor person. The loss of utility to the rich person would be very small because they're rich, but the growth, the increase in utility for the poor person would be enormous. So in a sense, there's always a good idea to redistribute income from the rich to the poor. And of course, that created a lot of problems because in a sense, the whole orthodoxy of economics was against redistribution. So then a man called Lionel Robbins, who's professor at LSE, suddenly said, but you know, it's true of each person's utility that it diminishes as you consume more. But then you can't compare different people's utility. If I'm a rich and learned man, the £1 taken away from me from listening to Beethoven, the loss of utility is much greater than that pound going to a poor person who gets more bread. What's good of bread, but Beethoven is much more interesting. So he said you can't actually add up utility, so you can't justify redistribution on the ground of marginal utility. So the whole theme of redistribution was checked early on in 1930s when Pigou was criticized by Robbins. And then before Pigou could answer and a whole welfare economics could be built up, suddenly Keynes came. And Keynes changed the whole argument away from the poor getting more money to full employment and consumption function, things like that. And so everybody lost interest in redistribution. And we fought the battle on full employment, and then there's the battle on inflation and monetarism. And literally about 75 years, we have spent debating Keynes versus inflation, Keynes versus monetarism, and all that. And in 2008, when all the stock markets collapsed and all the banks went bankrupt and all the rich were begging for money, we suddenly realized that neither the Keynesians nor the monetarists could predict that the economy was going to be in such a meltdown. So now, in the post-2008 period, we are in a sort of a neutral thing as far as macroeconomics is concerned. Well, different theories of macroeconomics work and all that, it doesn't matter. Some kind of mixture will be reformed. But we can now go back to the theme that Pigou raised and really ask serious questions about how to redistribute income so that the welfare of the maximum number of people is enhanced by economic policy. In a sense, it's a somewhat abstract thing, as I say it, but it's very, very concrete for the majority of population because, like I said in my example about what happened in the lockdown, if we could really devise a basic income policy or a Manrega kind of policy so that everybody, every family which has any problem of unemployment, they get 100 days or 150 days work guaranteed by the state. And we raise money for that. Now, imagine doing that. In India, for example, women's participation in the labor force is very low. Now, it's not that women don't work. Women, of course, do a lot of unpaid work in society. Indeed, they do most of the unpaid work in society. And therefore, we haven't found actually a way of compensating women for unpaid work they do. So one argument I make is that the basic income proposal, which are being discussed in many, many countries, when you say, let everybody who can vote be entitled to a basic income as of right. Whether they're rich or poor, doesn't matter. You just give them a basic income. And people always say, well, if you pay people money without requiring them to work, they will never work. But that's not true because women work without pay all the time. They cook and they take care of the children, look after the sick and the elderly, and all sorts of other work they do, and they are unpaid. So in a sense, we have to have an imagination to say, let's first of all value them as citizens. And let's say that all citizens of a country should have a certain minimal standard of living. And that standard of living should be there as of right. Just as they have a right to vote, they should have a right to a minimum standard of living. And the society should find money for that in the budget, because as I was saying at the beginning, if they can find money to compensate for all the lakhs and crores of rupees, wasted in non-performing assets of nationalized commercial banks, they can find money for looking after the majority of the population. So my plea in this book, Poverty of Political Economy, after I explain how the franchise and all that grew and what Ricardo did and what Malthus did, is basically to argue that we now need an economics of lives and livelihoods. Because what the pandemic showed us was the most important thing was how to protect lives and how to protect livelihoods. And the richest countries in the world, and I live in a very rich country in the UK, the 5th richest country, and the per capita income much higher than India's per capita income, although India is also the 5th largest GDP. Even in that country, there are food banks because people can't afford money to buy food. People are sleeping on the streets because they can't afford rent. Now, even in one of the richest countries, the situation was like that during the pandemic. That gave me the idea that we basically have to refashion economic policy in terms of the welfare or the standard of living of the poorest people. And let's find an economics which says the quality of a society has to be determined by the welfare of the poorest people, and the maximum number of those people have to be looked after. And so let us not worry about total GDP or even per capita GDP. We have to look at how unequally is that income distributed. And we also ought to find out how long people live, what is the life expectancy, and is the future life going to be a healthy life or not? So let's get a measure of welfare which looks at people's lives, the number of healthy years they have left to live, and the income they would roughly be enjoying, given the inequality and all those biases. What would be the per capita income these people would be enjoying on the whole? So I set up a measure, which is a very simple measure to set up, which somebody may actually calculate, in which it's the number of years a person has to live, number of healthy years a person has to live at whatever income they're most likely to get, given the degree of inequality in the society. And we add up the income of all the people, and that is the true measure of the income that actually results in the welfare of the people and not just total GDP. So basically, the idea is that we have to rethink economics so that the notion of value of something, value of work or value of commodity would be measured not in terms of some utility and things like that, really in terms of the contribution it makes to the healthy and well-fed standard of living of the people. So that is in short my idea. You may or may not have had time to read my book. I don't think you would have, but I think in what time I have, I'm very happy to elaborate any of the points that you may want me to elaborate, or answer any questions that you may have. And I apologize for sort of rushing into this debate with the last minute, but I was traveling from Delhi to Goa, and I didn't get to this hotel in time. So thank you very much for listening to me. Okay, ask a question.
Thank you, Meghna. Thank you so much for doing this for us. I can see that Mr. Tripurari Saran is on screen now. He was supposed to chair it. He is the chair. So I would invite him to make a comment from his chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I think there was a confusion on my side because I thought that this session was supposed to start at 4 o'clock. So I finished a hurried lunch and came and joined, and then I saw that the earlier session was still going on. And then, of course, the session ended, and then I was informed that the next session is at 4:30. Sorry for this confusion. I had my court in between, so I went and rushed into my court and finished and came back to join you all. I'm really sorry. And
no
as Lord
problem.
Desai knows, you know, at any point of time, it is my, I feel delighted to listen to him. And we do go sometime back in the past, and the famous poet, Urdu poet, as he would say, "मैं वही हूँ मोमिन मुब्तला तुम्हें याद हो कि न याद हो." So
yes.
my apologies, Lord Desai. My apologies for joining you late. This is
Not to worry.
and,
I'm lucky to be on time. I was rushing around just to be on time here. So it is difficult.
But it was so refreshing to listen to your views, and I'm of course waiting anxiously for your session in the festival which your friend and my wife is organizing here in Patna, where you're talking about how the poor have been, ignored by economics, and a lot of what this would entail was also briefly touched upon by you in your lecture, which was so delightful. So I I'm not an economist, but I have had a lot to do with economics as it cuts into your actual administrative life. So it is always at any point of time so enlightening for me to listen to people like you who have been an old India hand, and there have been so many occasions when one has heard you speaking, so eloquently on issues that are of concern today to our economy, especially at this point of time, post the pandemic, because I can tell you one thing, I was the chief secretary of the state when the pandemic hit the hardest in our this thing. So I completely endorse, agree with your statement that we need to refashion our policies, reorient them at least to some extent, so that it takes within its sweep people who have been hit the hardest by such mega events, not mega events, but such such events which have really riled the economy in a very, very big way. So I hardly can offer any more comment than that, and I really thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharan. Now I open it up for anybody to have any questions or comment for Lord Desai. Smita, go ahead.
Lord Desai, thank you very much for the, I think the provocation at many levels on how we could reimagine political economy. It was precisely during the pandemic. In fact, tomorrow when I'm speaking, I'm also going to be referring to the pandemic, where we saw that across Indian states, there were many responses, and some of them slightly more hopeful than others. And you could see that many states were struggling to figure out not only which programs to call on, but also to try to find new institutional sort of governance mechanisms through which they could disperse what they did have. And not just administrative services officers, but in some cases, municipal officers, people in the police, many other agencies trying to mobilize under very difficult circumstances. So the question to you is sort of twofold. One, is it a lack of imagination to just look for new metrics? I know in your book, you are providing a way of thinking about indicators, but this lack of imagination, after all, converts into some kind of lack of engagement with how states in India actually responded. For example, there were many programs where we do know dry foods, cooking gas, people were mobilizing the private sector into getting out emergency food aid. There were new arrangements about renters and how people 6 to a room, 8 to a room could kind of reconfigure their rental arrangements. There were transport arrangements made, new procurement strategies. So one is about this lack of imagination about maybe indicators. And the second is, what is your idea about how we teach in the university systems where we could do better to reformulate economic theory in real time? It feels a little bit like we evoke the 1800s and the 1900s so much that we're perhaps not doing enough right now to speed things up. So thank you for your comments. And I really want to use this opportunity to hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the things that I have been thinking about in my book, is that I go on about universal franchise. How getting universal franchise was a big gain in England and in the West, basically. Now, India started with universal franchise. Independent India actually started with universal franchise, partly because of the record of the independence movement and so on. Then we said, well, how can we do better? We already have, and of course, the general rhetoric was about socialism and things like that. But concretely, when you say different provinces did different things, I imagine if we studied carefully, and I'm sure somebody will be studying carefully, it is basically how much does the rights vote is backed up by the participation of the poorer people in the political system of the country. I basically, until Mandal happened, and at first people were surprised about the whole Mandal report and was it reactionary and all that. Until then, the OBCs were never part of the Indian democracy. Yes, they voted, but they were not actively playing a part. And a number of political parties which sprang up in the post-Mandal thing, they really represented poorer sections of society grabbing power as much as they could. RJD and JD and people, parties like that. Now, I think that is a very interesting thing in the way the state, either at the provincial level or at the central level, the state begins to look after the people who most need looking after because they now have some power they can deploy in allocating resources. So I think the one thing is basically the differences in different provinces. I am sort of not predicting, but conjecturing that that's really in terms of how much the poorer people are active in the democratic politics of a state. And if they are, and of course we have a caste system and all that sort of stuff, to the extent that the poorer people have been able to get a voice in the allocation of resources in a province, that will tell us how good the redistributive mechanism is. There's a lot of criticism about revenues and things like that, but ultimately the people vote, especially the poorer people in India, vote much more assiduously than the middle classes because they expect certain kinds of benefit from the state. And they learned, I think, in the Mandal and post-Mandal era, that if they expect something, they have to work hard for it. They have to form political parties or go and vote for political parties, which are going to be their political parties. So you may criticize the Yadavs and the Muslims and for having these narrowly based parties, the BSP and so on. But these parties they're all very welfare oriented parties. And I think it is the quality of Indian democracy that it is through the concrete way in which voting is organized, the political parties are organized. And of course, in terms of the conventional Western standards of political parties, these are kind of family parties and all sorts of imperfections are there. But they're very useful in Indian context because the only way to extract money from the state for welfare is to be active in politics. And through the reservations arrangement or something, direct some of the money to your group's welfare. So I think what you said is very apt and very interesting. The different states will do different things. Kerala would be different from Bihar or Nagaland. Tamil Nadu is very well organized system because for many years, there's been an anti-Brahmin movement in the south and so on. So I think it is the quality of redistributive efficiency of a province would, I think, be determined by the caste composition of the democratic process. And I think that would be one way to say. Now, what you also pointed out is that there's also in India a private charitable tendency. It is not systematic, but people like to be generous if they can, or organize it again on the caste basis or a village basis. And we also have to find out what are the springs of, as it were, initiatives which make those kinds of things possible. What actually did happen in the pandemic in India? I mean, somebody ought to set forth a big study of very carefully what, apart from the fact we had vaccinations and all that, how did people help each other in surviving through the pandemic, through kind of private charities, through government money, combination of those things? Because in a sense, the Indian state is still, kind of kind-hearted. There's a lot of things wrong with the Indian state, like with every state. But by and large, there is no heartlessness, total heartlessness in the Indian state, regardless of which political party is in power. And ultimately, you can embarrass a party by pointing out how badly they've been doing if they are in power. So I think one way to proceed from what I have said would be to really look at one or two states or more than one or two states and see what concretely did people do? How did people cope with the pandemic and with, because I certainly know that in UK, and I start with the UK in my book, we really had more or less the same people suffering, which they always suffer. Women, the elderly, migrants, immigrants, in the same kind of people suffer in every crisis. And the question I started asking, now how come that you don't even have to do research on that? You know who's going to be badly off. And so we ought to be able to think about economic life in somewhat more concrete ways and see how can we avoid those people being always a victim of a crisis. And rather than worry about whether India will catch up with the richest countries in 1947 or 2047 or not, I don't care about that. I really want to care about how do we save the worst of people from getting even more badly off, and can we devise a suitable and effective way to doing that? Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Okay, anyone else? Sanjay, go ahead.
Thank you. Professor Desai, I'd like to ask you to comment a little bit more fully on the complicity of economics and economists, especially in the 20th century, up to the critique you mentioned of Lionel Robbins.
Yeah.
And in particular,
the complete abolishment of interpersonal comparisons from what was considered to be the principally scientific form of economic analysis, it seems has some responsibility for the state of affairs that
Yeah, absolutely.
more about that, please.
The Lionel Robbins thing is very interesting because Lionel Robbins was never a great theorist. He didn't do any other work in his life. A lovely man. I got to know him. But he basically was writing in the long tradition of what I would call the Malthus Ricardo tradition. Some people don't like it because, he took the interpersonal comparison as a defense, almost like a philosophical defense rather than an economic defense. What I point out, sort of maybe in a more subtle way than absolute, if you do the mathematics of what these people teach, utility maximization and all that, let's suppose we take it seriously, that consumers maximize utility and all that, and let's suppose they are not utilities are not comparable. Okay, granted. What is true mathematically is that at the point of maximum utility, when the consumer has made the decisions, the utility achieved exactly matches the income spent. In technical terms, income and total utility achieved are duals of each other. So, okay, utilities are not comparable, but incomes are. Because Lionel Robbins obfuscated the problem because people was really saying about income distribution. He gave example of utility because he wanted to have some scientific basis of it. But the real problem is, can you redistribute income or not? Of course I can redistribute income if I want to. And my justification for that would not be strictly utilitarian like to do, but I'm trying to develop this lives and livelihood argument because I want to go beyond just this utility of consumption and so on. So that can we enhance the lives of people in terms of healthy living and all that? So I think you're quite right. But suddenly while I was writing this book, it occurred to me that instead of my having to go into welfare maximize, welfare functions and all this, the simple thing is maximum utility is exactly the dual of income of the individual, period. Utility is not comparable, granted, but incomes are comparable. Incomes are in money terms, and money is comparable across people. So from somebody who's better philosopher than I am, ought to develop that argument that basically the argument for redistribution should come from straightforward income redistribution argument and not get lost in the utilitarian nonsense. Because we don't need all that. Ultimately it was devised just to explain price and quantity. And we can do that. So I would say, yes, economics did get into this interpersonal comparisons sabotage, but let's ignore all that and get on with income distribution without having to have the facade of interpersonal utility comparisons. We don't need it. We can do economics without all that.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else would like to comment or ask a question? Anyway, you think about it. In the meanwhile, maybe I could ask you a question. You see, I mean, in your book, you mentioned that a student of yours developed this idea that, I mean, neoclassical labor supply function works on work and leisure. But she came up with this idea that basically time is divided into three parts: work, leisure, and unpaid work. And lots of us do a lot of unpaid work. And you wanted to use that idea to, develop an argument for basic income. So could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, she was not my student, Ana Palermo. She's a Brazilian woman now working in Germany. Malcolm Torrey assigned us to write a paper together on basic income. And I suddenly discovered that she had this lovely idea that, I've been rabbiting on about basic income for many years in UK. And she had found out this idea that instead of having this work and leisure, you have paid work, unpaid work, and leisure. And that immediately focuses attention on how women do a lot of unpaid work. And so people, she says, in all of political activity is unpaid work. All of the sports activities of the unpaid work, theater, and also. So I think let us look at unpaid work as a serious category in economics and say, how can we, people do unpaid work anyway. Some women have to do unpaid work. Can we make it slightly better by directing some of the welfare payments to facilitate that unpaid work? And that is straightforward gender bias. There's no doubt about it. That it's always the daughter who ends up looking after the parent and not the son. I can more or less 98% of the case. So I think we ought to be alive to the whole idea of unpaid work, and economics ought to develop unpaid work as a category to be studied. And my co-author is still in Germany, and she's we're getting a revised version of our basic income paper in the Encyclopedia of Basic Income. And I was saying to her, I'm currently in a family crisis, so I can't do very much work. But she deserves the recognition for her idea of unpaid work, which I think is quite an amazing idea. And I'm very happy to say it is not my idea, it's her idea. And she's done a great contribution to economics by pointing out that unpaid work is very important. In a sense, even in terms of labor theory of value, they were only looking at paid work.
So if we don't have any more questions or comments at this time, maybe we could close the session. So thank you, Meghnad, so much for doing this for us. And you are coming to Patna, and hopefully some of us see you there.
Okay. Well, can I say
sure.
How brilliant I was that I more or less managed in huffing and puffing in the last 5 minutes to arrive at the hotel, send you a message. I think miracles have happened, and I'm very grateful that you were patient with me, and I will see you in a couple of days' time. Okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
Yeah.
Take care.
So that's the last session of the day. Thank you all for joining via Zoom. Thank you, Shri Tripurari Sharanji, also for giving your insights. And Professor Sinha, you've been with us since morning. Professor Ghosh also for his introduction. And Professor Sinha for moderating the session. And thanks to all the participants. I know we are few in number, but I know that we are really listening to whatever is being discussed here. So hope to see you all tomorrow again, half day. So please do come and enrich us with your comments. Thank you.
Just one more thing for the participants, we would like to meet with some of the Adri people today. Since we have finished earlier, we could meet earlier if possible. Asmita, you can tell us what time would be good for you, and we are available for you. Just give us a space where to meet and at what time. Yeah, so let's have a short tea. Just go get a cup of tea and then we start about this. Okay, thank you. Yeah.